Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome a very special guest to the stage.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Wonderful from Whitehead, a perfect leg. And that is the way to win it. What a way to win it.
Beautiful, brilliant.
Oh, that is super sweet.
And Bo Grease is bringing the heat. Well, that's wonderful. Stunning, beautiful. It'll be that. That is absolutely sublime.
Make it 3, double 12. What a win for Jamie Durrant for double 12. And it is wonderful from Whitehead. A perfect leg.
It is a night of champions here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 5 of the 6 players have previously won weekly titles. Welcome along to Portsmouth. It is packed out to the rafters tonight. It is an absolute sellout here in Portsmouth this evening, and they are all very much looking forward to the night's action. Very good evening. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series in front of a boisterous crowd on a big Saturday night, and we have the former Premier League champion, the 3-time Lakeside champion Glenn Dowen in our company. Just look at this crowd, listen to this atmosphere. It's going to be some night ahead, isn't it?
I have a funny feeling that Jimmy Van Ski's in town. It's rammed in here. The atmosphere is absolutely electric. 6 wonderful players. Bring it on.
It's going to be quite the night indeed, and it's just the type of atmosphere the players surely are going to relish.
Absolutely. I mean, they've had a week, if you've been watching all week, where there's nobody in the crowd, of course. Sometimes the crowd will make a big difference. It could be tonight, because you just sense there's a big contingent, as we mentioned, for Jimmy, but there's also a lot of support for the other players. This is why they practice every day. It's a big night, a big prize. Yeah, I can't wait.
6 great players in action this evening, and this is the lineup. Bo Grease continues to impress everywhere she goes, and the Live Lounge is no exception. The 3-time world champ stormed through Group B. Will she pick up her 2nd weekly title tonight? The ever-popular Jimmy Van Ski is back in action for his 6th finals night. Will the Series 8 runner-up pick up his 4th weekly title? Series 1 champion Conan Whitehead continues to be a dominant force at the Live Lounge. He's looking for a 2nd series title. Will he go one step closer tonight, the 9-dart man? Group A winner Rhys Robinson returns to his 10th Saturday night stint this evening. Will it be Mr. Must-See, who will be in Series 11's Champions Week? Jared Cole is into his 2nd consecutive qualifying finals night following an impressive run in Group C. Will the Live Lounge be ruled by the King of the Castle in Week 7? Jamie Dowen impressed in Group B, becoming the only ever player to beat Bo Grease in a Super Series qualifying match. Will it be Junior Duzzer who picks up the illustrious Super Series weekly trophy? Yeah, Jamie Dowen, the last player on that VT. You must be a very proud uncle this evening.
I certainly am. I mean, I'm here as a pundit, I'm here to commentate, but there's enormous pride, and the whole of Teesside are watching. There's a big exhibition going on in Teesside, and they've got the big screen up there. They're all very proud of him and the family, and I hope he does himself justice tonight.
He's one of 6 players, and actually he's the only player not to win a weekly title tonight. That is the calibre of the CVs that we've got on offer on this finals night.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful week. I mean, sometimes you're looking at the Group A, but Group C was fantastic. Group B delivered when you got the likes of the calibre of the players. This is a potential week that it could be.
So this is how the tournament bracket breaks down. Rhys Robinson won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Bo Grease, Jamie Dowen and Jimmy Van Ski came through Group B, whilst Jared Cole and Conan Whitehead, they both won through Group C. Now, before a dart was thrown this week, all the attention was on Bo Grease, the 3-time world champion. She's done some fantastic things everywhere she's gone in 2025, and the Live Lounge has been no different.
She's a genius, she really is. I mean, even when you're watching her play here, big finishing, big scoring, and things that you can't teach. under high pressure situations. She was involved in a couple of belters with Jimmy Van Schie as well. She's a terrific player and a wonderful person to boot as well. It's a credit that she's here, and rightly she's favourite going it tonight.
And some of her stats throughout the course of the week have been absolutely superb. Her average over the course of the 2 days worth of play in excess of 95. And I suppose it's the one at the bottom which really stands out, Glenn. Yes, the checkout's 42%. That is world class. But also what's right at the very bottom of the screen. Legs won in 15 darts or less. 16 out of 30. Over half of her legs have been won in 5 visits or less. That is something that we class the best players in the world over a barometer.
Yeah, it's elite darts. It's 100 average. And if she has the darts, then you've got the break in 12. So that's the kind of competition that the others have got against her as well. She's been great. And also, we've sort of said in comms that it feels like there's more to come as well, which is a scary, scary feeling for the other players.
Is she the type of player that a crowd like this could really inspire?
I hope so. Like I said, there's a lot of contingency with Jimmy. I just hope everyone's very respectful and enjoy what I expect to be an incredible night at dart. If you can't feed off this, then don't play the game.
Well, Jimmy Van Schie has got a fair few fans in this building this evening, but if you look at the progress for him over the course of the week, looked very good the first couple of days, didn't quite work out in the end in Group A, but he was able to respond very well in Group B.
Yeah, I'm surprised he went to Group B, because Group A was looking very comfortable. But on Wednesday, on day 3, he lost his opening 2 games, didn't recover from that. And Rhys Robinson did a job. He won 5 games out of 5. And Rhys Robinson's had the luxury of having a couple of days off. But Jimmy bounced back nicely. At times, he looks sublime in Group B as well. He'll play a big part tonight.
Before dart was thrown this evening and before dart was thrown this week, it was all about Beau Gries and Jimmy Van Schie, wasn't it? They were the 2 favourites come Monday morning before dart was thrown, and we saw a bit of a precursor towards the rivalry the pair could have on Thursday evening.
One of my favourite games of the week. I mean, there was an awful lot of them games. It went the distance. Jimmy, as you can see, had match dart as well. He had a dart at Shanghai, just takes his time on the double top. Just a couple of millimetres away, that's the difference, and you don't give both second chances. She then went in and just saw the game off, but it was a terrific game, and we highlighted it in comms that this could be the potential final tonight.
Well, they're going to be in the same group this evening. We'll talk a little bit about that later on in the programme, but Conan Whitehead, let's talk about the week he's had, the former champion in this building. I think he's the first to admit that he hasn't really got going, not to the consistent levels we've come to expect of him at least.
He's not playing competitive darts, so it's all about the Modus Super Series for him, and he's a legend on here. He really is, and maybe at times that caught up with him, but he's a big match player. He will relish, he will absolutely love this crowd behind him. He's a big scorer, which is the real, sort of the catalyst, that's the barometer for him, the real foundation. I expect a big night, and very interesting. I had a little word early before. He's nervous. All the experience, yet he's still showing a little bit of nerves tonight. That could be a good thing.
But he's the type of player that even in a week which hasn't quite gone to plan, I know he's qualified, but he still manages to hit a 9 darter. That tells you the pedigree of Conan as a player.
I had the honour of a 1 hour with Daryl Pilgrim when he broken records into the 9 darters. And then I was involved in the comms box with James Richardson versus Conan Whitehead. And it came from nowhere, really. And then 8 180s in the game. They then paired up the 180s, which we've never seen before. Even the famous game with Michael Van Gerwen and Michael Smith, one of the players was left on 144. Unfortunately, James Richardson just slipped with his 7th dart. Maybe we thought that was gone. And then up steps Conan Whitehead. And for me, one of the most magical moments here at the Modus Super Series for one of the real good guys. And that maybe just inspired him for tonight. It was a brilliant, brilliant moment.
And for Conan Whitehead, it means that he has achieved absolutely everything that he could achieve here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A weekly winner, series champion, and now a 9 darter to boot. And that double 12 and the emotion that you saw from him as he hit that double really was quite something. So Conan Whitehead joins an elite list of players that have hit 9 darters in this building, and one person who's hit 2 of them is Jared Cole. In fact, another player who's hit a couple of them is in the audience tonight in Steve West. But Jared Cole has had 2 9 darters here. He's also had a sterling week this week. And I just get the sense of Jared that he's a player that's very much maturing. He's almost growing up as a dart player.
He's got the tools, he's got the Rolls-Royce throw. Maybe the improvement for Jared is more the mentality and the belief that he can win it. He deserves to be here, and he's on the back of winning and representing his country as well in the WDF system. I think he'd be glad the fact that nobody's really talking about him right now. But he could be the one that surprises. But he's in such a difficult opening group for him. The winner, one of the winners, one of the losers coming out that group is going to be a bit extraordinary, really, because it's that tough.
I want to talk about the mentality of the fact that he's mixing one capacity with another. Not just as he played darts in this building, he works in this building. Does that change the dynamic when you're playing here specifically?
Well, he knows the ins and outs, doesn't he? He knows what he needs to do, and he's got the experience and now with the preparation, getting that right. But first and foremost, he's a wonderful player. He's a terrific player who would be no surprise to me if he's picking that trophy up and the $5 at the end of the night. Jared Cole has the opportunity to shine.
In terms of Reece Robinson, he won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. What would be your overall synopsis of his week?
Very similar to Conan White in the sense that he's playing nothing competitive at the moment, so it might have been a little bit of a surprise that he topped what was an incredibly difficult Group A. He is a showstopper. He is a trailblazer. He's different, but he's very, very talented. And to win that, he didn't go back home, so there was no to Holland back for Reece Robinson. So he's had a couple of days of rest. And we're not as talking about him as much as the Beau Gries and the Jimmy Van Schie. So he may have a point to prove, but will the lack of match practice come back and bite him? I don't know.
It's going to be a very interesting night nonetheless. And look, I suppose Jamie's going to be the outsider team. However, what we have seen this week is anybody can beat anyone because he got the better of Beau Gries on Thursday night. Yeah,
I think my only concern for Jamie is the fact he thinks he's already done what he wanted to do by reaching Saturday night. He needs to have that mentality right now that these opportunities don't come along very often. He has an opportunity to win the big prize, get himself to Champions of Champions, then all of a sudden things are looking really bright for him as well. So I think he needs that mentality. Don't accept second best. Get up there and win the thing. We're incredibly proud.
We have seen weeks in the past, and we've seen Saturdays in the past like this, where there's been a lot of big name players, but they're not sometimes the ones that get through. Sometimes it could be somebody that goes and upsets the apple cart.
And Jamie would be that tonight, but I wouldn't be surprised if any of the other five. Now, in answer to your question, I'm sure you're talking about the Beau Gries, the Jimmy Van Schie, but it'll be no surprise if it is Reece that's picking up, if it is Jared Cole, if it is Conan Whitehead. Maybe the surprise would be Jamie. My heart says that he wins it tonight, but whoever wins it has then got to be a big favourite going into Champions Week.
Well, let's have a look at the groups and let's dissect, let's break down what we're going to see this evening, and in particular Group 2, which feels like a group of death, really, doesn't it? Beau Gries, Jared Cole, Jimmy Van Schie, try and decipher that one.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at Jared Cole. He wins Group C at a canter. I bet part of him's now thinking he wishes he got runner-up in that group now. It is a difficult group, but the optimist would say, I'm going to have an easier semi-final than it could have been. But that Group 2, I can't remember a tougher Group 2 in the round-robin phase on a Saturday night. Whets the appetite.
I know Group 1's a tough group, and probably on a normal Saturday night, we'd say it's the group of death. But will the three of them look at that and think, opportunity, because maybe two, maybe even three of the big guns have been pitted elsewhere?
You've got the experience of Reece and Conan, who I think, let's double up, let's get Jamie out of this, let's get to the semi-finals where anything can go. So I think that's the mental. I think Jamie goes into, as you rightly say, the outsider. But he has an opportunity. His first game's against Conan Whitehead. So the opportunities are there. But I'm sure all them three players are glad they're not in Group 2.
Well, let's have a look at the odds then, see what the bookies think about tonight's action. And look, since the first start, it's been all about Beau Gries. She's 11-8 on. Couple of questions on this game. First of all, Beau Gries, the right favourite for you?
Oh, absolutely. She's a genius. She's one of the greats in the world of darts. Just watch her throw tonight. Watch her scoring. Wonderful under pressure. Big doubles. Rightly so, she's the favourite going into it. But like I said, that is an excellent pack behind her.
Well, Jimmy Van Schie's come out to 4-1. Jared Cole's also come out to 13-2. Is that in particular because they're in that same group?
Absolutely. One of those three is going to be leaving at the round-robin phase, and what a shame. That's the way the draw has been. And like I said, the other group, I think with Reece becomes second favourite because of the group that he's in.
When you think about the landscape, you think about the players that are on show, the crowd that we've got here, this has got all the hallmarks to be a special night, doesn't it?
Listen, Henry, you've been here from the year dot with this. You've seen absolutely everything on a Saturday night. For me, this could be the greatest. But the only thing, when you've got six fantastic players, maybe there's added tension, maybe there's added anxiety, maybe they're not as free-flowing as they want to be. So let's hopefully it's not about statistics tonight. Let's hope there's some good old-fashioned match play there, loads of drama, loads of excitement.
However, can I play a little bit of devil's advocate with you? Because the players in action are so experienced, they'll become so accustomed. This is almost like another night at the office for them.
Doesn't feel it though, Henry. I don't know about you, it just feels a little bit different. It has a sense of a finals night. It has a sense of a Champions League finals night. That's the quality of the players that's there. Let's hope they back it up on that dartboard. It's warm up here, but for a dart player it's perfect. The most wonderful crowd. I would love to play in front of that as well. So everything suggests to me that it's going to be a wonderful night.
How much could the conditions play a part?
I think it's perfect. I think that it's warm, but that, as a dart player, you don't want to be cold. You want to be a little bit warm. It could be red hot atmosphere, which is a little bit different, and that's what we want in darts.
Game one, Whitehead, Robertson, how do you see that going?
I think it's going to be really, really tough. Do you want to play the first game? But it's Reece. I'm interested to see what he's like after a couple of days off. I'm just going to enjoy the matches. My heart says Jamie Durrant, of course it is. But I'm going to be no bias in that comms box. Let's have a wonderful night.
I think these lot are going to have a good night, aren't they, Stephen? Are you looking forward to a good night, Portsmouth? It's going to be a good and Glen, isn't it?
It's going to be a cracker.
Well, it's going to be some night ahead of us. Our first game is a meeting between Conan Whitehead and Reece Robinson. And early on this evening, Chris Murphy caught up with both players.
Conan, what a week. Just first of all, sum up how you feel it's gone for you.
If I say one word, lucky really, but I've not felt great this week. I started off Monday feeling a bit rough from the weekend. I had a bit of an illness Saturday. But yeah, I've done what I've had to do. It's simple as that. I've done the job that I'm here to do.
You'll be remembered for one leg in particular. Just give us your memories of that.
Well, while you're playing it, you know you're involved in a leg, but when you watch it back, it's quite a magical one. So it's great to be a part of it.
And everyone's been racking the brains. You said it yourself as well. Most people can only remember one leg like it, and that was that famous world final.
But even that, they didn't hit 4 180s.
Exactly. And when he misses or he doesn't take out the 1-4-1, what were you feeling like then?
To be fair, nothing was going through my head at the time. All I was thinking about was winning the game. But it weren't until once you did it, you'd realised that, well, I've hit a 90. So it's when you're in the zone, you don't think about what they're doing until they're either miles ahead or miles behind. But yeah, it was just run of the mill, and luckily it went in.
Reece, finals night here at the Super Series. Obviously, you won Group A. Has it been nice to have your feet up with all of the madness that's been going on for the rest of the week?
Yeah, I've been watching it, been enjoying it, to be honest. 9 darters, 150s, all sorts been going in, haven't they? Yeah, but it's been good to just be chilled.
You're supposed to be our human highlight reel, Mr. Must See. With 3 bullseyes, as you say, 9 dart. They're kind of upstaging you this week so far, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. I might have to try something special tonight if I can.
Good night to try it, because it's a brilliant finals night lineup. We've got a full house here in as well. How exciting is it to be part of a night like this?
Yeah, like it's been put, it wouldn't look out of place at a Champions Week, never mind just a normal week.
Will it be for Conan Whitehead? It's on. Choices. Gets the treble 19 for double 12. And it is wonderful from Whitehead. A perfect leg. Oh, he's gone for 3 balls. There's one of them. There's the second. This will be amazing.
Yes! What a finish! Oh, Thomas Banks, that has made my week.
Once and twice, and it's 3-2 Robinson.
Well, it is absolutely packed out here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth this evening. There is not a seat to be had. The heat really has risen, and I can tell you now, it is very hot on that stage. And the action we expect tonight is going to be red hot as well. Our first game is a meeting between Reece Robinson and Conan Whitehead. And in the commentary box for all of the action is Glen Durrant. And first, a very good evening to Chris Murphy.
Yeah, Mr. Must See, Reece Robinson, usually the human highlight reel here, but Conan Whitehead rather stowed his thunder, hitting the perfect 9 in that remarkable leg with James Richardson when both players kicked off with back-to-back 180s. Whitehead stepped forward and took out the 1-4-1 for a moment that is magical, maybe monumental, as he bids to win another Modus Super Series crown, having won the first ever Champions Week. And he's part of a stellar lineup, as has been explained tonight. Owen Binks, the referee, overseeing proceedings, and this is kind of a perfect match to start off what could be the perfect Modus Super Series night.
First leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on!
Glenn Durrant's alongside me, and after this week, Glenn, I don't think any of us know quite what to expect.
Lots of 180s.
140.
That is something I can guarantee, but what a great sight that is. A full house, and already players peppering the treble 20. I was excited as soon as that winning dart went in last night, the final dart. I thought tonight was going to be really special. But when you get 6 great players together, I think also we expect the brilliance, but I think we're going to see a lot of drama tonight. But very, very early. Both players look very, very settled.
Yeah, superb stuff from the pair of them, focusing in on the small treble 20 and trying to ignore
100.
the big crowd behind them. The big fanfare surrounding this evening because of the likes of the players on the stage, but also those in the practice room, of course, including the well-supported Jimmy Van Schie, the darting superstar, the phenom that is Bo Greaves.
140.
You're right, Glenn, it does feel like it's something a little bit more special than a weekly final. And whoever does win it, he's going to go into that Champions Week with immense confidence.
Yeah, Corn and Whitehead's family just at the back left. So he's got plenty of support, or the right amount of support. Reese is there on his own. But it looks like he's in that zone as a dart player you absolutely love, because after 12 darts already he's down to 88. And Conan hasn't done an awful lot wrong. In fact, he's played a blinding leg himself.
16.
And a chance for an early older throw for the Group A winner, Reese Robinson.
Game shown the first leg. Reese
Often a crowd pleaser, but he'll have to be a crowd turner tonight. He's probably the player with the least support in the audience, Reese Robinson. They understandably will be watching on Pluto TV in Hull rather than making their way down to the live lounge. But yeah, there is a little bit of
95.
overspilt. A few on the balcony watching over. I believe Conan's partner, Cheryl Lee's up there. She missed the 9-darter, didn't she? She'd nipped out for a moment.
56.
Steve West here to support Corn and Whitehead. And then them kind of friendships, them kind of support. You can have the 40 people here for Jimmy, but when you can hear that one voice, someone you respect, that will really help Conan. But wasn't it interesting as well, Chris, to hear that Corn and Whitehead, despite all of the experience, despite the fact he's a champion here, a series winner, he was nervous tonight. I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, that was a really interesting answer, actually. We come to the end of the interview, and I was surprised he said that he was a little bit nervous. Doesn't seem the nervous type, but you can use it as fuel, can't you?
Well, there's a real similarity between these two players who have played on Pro Tours. There's Corn and Whitehead's partner, but they've both played on Pro Tours, Challenge Tours. They've been very at top of the game, but this year neither of them are playing on the Challenge Tour. I mean, not only is that a 180, but they're right on the button. The grouping is tremendous.
And the timing of it. This is on the Whitehead throw. Robinson's found his way down to 64 after a dozen darts by virtue of that magnificent maximum.
93.
Both course and distance winners as well. And Reese, we haven't talked an awful lot about him. It has been a lot about Bo Greaves and Jimmy Van Schie. He's quietly just got on with the job. A tremendous Group A winner. 13 darter in the opener. And a dart away for another 15 darter. He's beautiful. Wonderful.
Reese Robinson.
Robinson.
Third leg, it's Reese to
making
throw first.
A wonderful start.
Game on.
Not much wrong from Conan Whitehead, but everything right from Reese Robinson, who 2 legs in is well into the hundreds in terms of the averages.
64.
This is a considerable move because these round robin games, not only is it great to get the 2 points, but if you can get a big leg difference as well.
26.
The first real slip of this intriguing game.
$92. 93.
We might have a massive crowd in here, Chris, but how respectful at the moment.
96.
They might not be on game 2, let me tell you, because do not miss the next game,
Well,
Bulgreaves versus Jimmy Van
I hope they
Steeves.
are. I hope they are, Glenn, because most of the crowds here do understand.
121.
Get involved when there's a 180 in between throws, on walk-ons, etc. But when the players are at the hockey, it's such a intimate arena that they are going to hear
85.
the odd shout out, and it can be off-putting. And I think we've got a good dart-savvy audience in.
Yeah, I was chatting with Boar earlier, and it's a knowledgeable crowd, and that's all you're asked for as a player.
Require 164.
They'll have been delighted to walk out in front of a full house. But Reece Robinson just looks delighted, full stop. And the fact he's here on his own, he's just in that zone as a dart player. You're desperately trying to find, and he's left that 64 finish again.
$35. Reach require 64.
It'll be the same MO. He will stay there. Exactly the same as leg 2. The double 16 went in, and it has this time. Reece Robinson looks $1 million.
Reece Robinson. Full flag, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
You know, you can lay in your hotel room, you can be speaking to your family, you can talk about strategy, you can talk about, I hope this goes well, this is my intention. But when you get up there and everything goes right and you're 3-0 up, it is just the best feeling in the world to be on that stage.
58.
The crowd looks stunned.
$140.
There's a nice little bit of applause there for Conan. And he started nicely in a crucial leg. From now on, he's got to be immaculate because Reece Robinson is going absolutely nowhere.
Conan, he may need this leg, you know, now.
140.
Of course, there could be a way back into the match. It's only a race to 4. We've seen 3-0 leads evaporate before, but you don't want to be losing 4-0 your first match. Every leg can matter in this small round-robin group stage, and Conan Whitehead must win this leg, you feel.
He would think he's got 6 stars from here.
Once
again, it's Conan this time who's left a 64 finish, and Robinson, as he says, looked $1 million in this game.
He will be back in a couple of games' time, Conan White, to take on Jamie Durrant. He'll be hoping to beat him, and then hope Robinson does the same, and this match will be forgotten. That dart, he'll hope, is forgotten. Where does it go now? Does it have to be 14 bull? He can be a beast on the bullseye. He's checking it's not in the treble. It's not. It is the bull for Conan Whitehead to stay alive.
39.
Can't find it.
That's when you feel the whole world's against you. That was in, it was out, and Robinson will feel from 85 he's going to get at least a dart at the bull. But the way he's playing, it's 2 darter tops. What an explosive start from Reece Robinson. A 4-0 victory over Conan Whitehead. You can understand the celebration there from Reece. That was sensational, and the friendship and the camaraderie from Conan Whitehead. It was just said to him, nothing I could do about that. An outstanding performance from the Group A winner. 100.20 average, so 15 darts, immaculate on the doubles. Follow that, Bo Greaves and Jimmy Van Skate. They're up next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the night has kicked off a 4-0 win for Victor Robinson against Conan Whitehead. So Robinson off to the perfect start for Conan. He's going to have to beat Jamie Down and probably beat him by a bit of a margin to stand a chance. Our next game is a meeting between Bo Greaves and Jimmy Van Schie. But before we look ahead to that, let's have a look and see how Rhys Robinson got the better of Conan Whitehead. It was a 4-0 win for Sugar in the end, and if the truth be told, Glenn, it was quite comprehensive.
It was a hefty move at the beginning. He started incredibly well, as did Conan Whitehead. He just couldn't live with him. It was explosive, just the start that you want to do, and almost like, I've heard you talking about Bo Greaves. I've heard you talking about Jimmy Van Schie. It's me that won Group A. It's almost like it was just making a little statement, and boy, did we hear.
Well, the bad news for Rhys Robinson is we're going to talk a little bit more about Bo Greaves and Jimmy Van Schie now, because they go head-to-head in the second match of the session. And look, we can sometimes in our positions in these chairs be found guilty of maybe overhyping something which turns out to be a bit of a damp squib. But this can't disappoint. These are two of the best players at this level going head-to-head.
Yeah, and with the crowd involvement as well. We've already witnessed this week a terrific matchup between the pair of them on Thursday night. And I think when you add into the fact that the crowd's here, I mean, if you just look at those numbers there, I mean, it's sensational. Bo agrees. And when I say 95.20, we were almost talking in comms as well that she's got so much more. And the biggest compliment I could give her, Henry, was the fact we were saying every time we were looking up at the stats, they were looking fantastically well, so she's in great form.
Well, let's have a look at the stats again, because actually, if you look at it, Bo has won half of her legs in 15 darts or less. You look at the numbers that Bo has put in the games she's played this week. This is world-class form. This is the type of form that would win you a tournament at any given level.
Yeah, I think she knows that. We know that. But we've also spoken to her this week, and it'll be on her terms. She's elite. I've used the word genius about Luke Littler recently, and I think with Bo Greaves it's exactly the same. It's going to be tested tonight, though. Fantastic players, wonderful atmosphere in there. So, you know, all the skills and abilities, sometimes then it's about the attributes and how she deals with certain situations. I can't wait for this game because Jimmy Van Schie is an awesome player.
And they both got a little bit of retribution in terms of the games against one another. Obviously, Jimmy should have beaten Bo on Thursday night. But we were sat in the studio, I was sat in the studio with both players, and they're just so calm, cool, collected figures, aren't they?
Yeah, maybe that's the reason why they're so good. You know, they don't let tension and anxiety get in the way. But this was a really important date for Jimmy. Now, just remember, this was the first game of Group B as well, so it could have been oh so different. I mean, you don't give Bo a second chance, and she pings this double 16 with a first start with real aplomb. But it was a terrific game, and even then we called it a potential final tonight. Little did we realise it was going to be a group game as well. So let's just embrace it, let's enjoy it. Two wonderful players.
When you look at this week, who do you think will just have the better of the offing with one another?
I mean, I'm here to be a pundit, and but when I've got my nephew in there, it's very difficult to answer that because my heart is only saying Jamie Durrant. You know, my head is saying Bo Greaves. But I'm a massive fan of Jimmy. I'm a massive fan of Reece Robinson. Love Conan Whitehead. And under the radar, Jared Cole. So if you don't mind on this one, I'm just going to sit on the fence and be like a fan and just enjoy the night like we all should be doing.
Usually I'd take the mickey out of you for that prediction, but I totally agree. Let's just enjoy the darts, shall we? And let's hear from both players. They've been catching up with Chris Murphy.
Jimmy, you've made it to finals night once again. How would you sum up the journey to get here this week?
Oh, well, it was a tough week. A lot of really good players in the week. I think I've played some good darts and some bad darts. Doubles weren't going a few matches, but I found a way to get to Saturday. So I'm very happy with my achievement already.
When you looked at the week, there were a lot of big names in it. I think Group A, every single player had won a week here before. So how proud are you to have got to Saturday in a week like this?
Really proud. Well, I was a bit disappointed I didn't win Group A because I was in a good position to do that actually. But there again, to come through Group B with such good players, that's also very good. And yeah, I made it to Saturday, and that's the most important thing for me right now.
But once again, you've made it through to finals night without any real drama. How would you sum up your campaign the last couple of nights?
Yeah, obviously really well. I'm really happy to get through. I thought I played decent. Obviously, I've had some really good games, and then just your steady away games. But yeah, I'm pleased, I'm happy, and obviously it's nice to make another finals night. Yeah,
last time you were here, you went through without losing a match. Obviously, you lost one this time around. In a way, does that just get rid of a little bit of pressure to repeat that feat?
Yeah, maybe. I did say I was feeling a little bit nervous. I don't know if it was just like the build-up of stuff and just a bit, I just wasn't comfortable. But like I said, Jamie played really well, and it is what it is. You know what I mean? You can't win all your games. It was going to come at some point, but I managed to just sort of forget about it and then not lose a game last night. So yeah, recovered well, and obviously pleased with how I played and just plodded on, and just secured the finals night.
This would be a wake up.
What a finish! What a man! Jimmy Van Schie. Game, shot, and the Modus Super Series Week 9 champion, Bo Greaves. It's history for Bo Greaves, and Jimmy does win. And the winner of the Modus Super Series, Series 9 Week 12, introduction player.
When Jimmy Van Schie walked onto the stage during those interviews, there was the type of roar that greets Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer that he plays at Wimbledon. And he takes on Bo Greaves, the queen of darts at this present moment in time. And that is the Jimmy Van Schie army. Around about 20 of them in attendance this evening. They're going to be loud, they're going to be boisterous. It could be some atmosphere, it could be some game in the company of Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, it certainly does have the feeling of a main event, at least of the round robin stages, and who knows, we might see this game more than once tonight. Jimmy Van Ski has got his army that he always brings to Portsmouth, but Bo Greaves has got an army of admirers around the world, one of the brightest stars on planet darts. The Roll of Honour just continues to grow. She takes on the towering Dutchman, Jimmy Van Ski, who has won 3 times on that Super Series stage. Bo herself has tasted victory on it as well. And last week was Women's Week here at the Super Series. She decided not to play, and that opted to play in the main event and favourite Glenn to win tonight. And she maybe
first leg,
confirmed that status with that stunning crushing of Jimmy Van Ski last night.
Yeah, and wonder how many times, though, she's played in this type of intimate atmosphere where maybe she's not the crowd favourite. And
40.
Because it is electric out there. It's just a brilliant place to play darts. And if you've never sampled coming down to a Saturday night, and then it's a shame it wasn't this one, because let me tell you, it's bouncing in there.
100.
Just on that right-hand side of the shoulder there, the whole way down there will create some incredible noise, which makes you as a player. Some say, does it give you an added extra pressure? But I absolutely loved it when I had the support there, but they're letting the darts do the talking.
A real excitement about this fixture, about this night, about this player, Bo Greaves. What an absolute superstar. You look at the success she's had. I just had to double check the figure, Glenn. 38 Women's Series titles.
140.
And they're all since 2022.
Oh, the stats are unbelievable when you had a world titles in March. It's unbelievable, but I don't care who you are, how old you are. She'll have been extremely nervous when she walked on there. And her opening 6 darts were nervy darts. But she's found a couple of trebles. Jimmy's not doing too much herself. Clearly a nervy start by them both.
Use the dart in the treble 5 there to get a treble 20, and then great cover to leave a 132. Jimmy Van Ski hasn't hit the headlines, hit the heights in the world of darts that Bo Greaves has so far. Most of his success has come here, but he is a favourite here.
Yeah, interesting you said that. This has been a challenge to a semi-final just as early as January this year, which Bo won 5-1. So they have met before they played the game on Thursday. So it's advantage Bo Greaves, and it's advantage Bo Greaves this opening leg. It was a slow start. Is it going to be a super quick finish?
22.
That's a little unfortunate. Can Jimmy Van Ski make the most of an opportunity that's come his way? Bo Greaves was pretty much on target there, but the dart was diverted by a deflection. And now the Dutchman, well, he may have to look elsewhere. Treble 16, not found. Greaves returns.
52.
And as you alluded to, the fact it's gone at that treble, it's seen as a difficult double 3. There wasn't even consideration of splitting 2-2. Nerves are real.
Jimmy require 48.
Chance then for a big break for Van Ski in the opening leg.
Jimmy Van
The Raw tells you that he's got a large percentage of the crowd on side. If you are just tuning in to the Super Series for the first time or recently and wonder why a Dutchman playing in Portsmouth is so well supported, it actually kind of all started by accident, didn't it? You just got amongst a few crowd members, asked them who they were supporting, they said, we'll support you, and it just snowballed from there.
Yeah, and for me, they are the best supporters that come here. I mean, maybe some of the old school, because, you know, the last thing you want to do is hear a noise when you're throwing the dart. But let me tell you, it's deathly silent when they're throwing the darts. But as you heard when that double 16 went in, what a roar.
60.
Difficult dart for Greaves to try and work around, but what's difficult to the unlearned eye is seemingly easy for Bo Greaves.
I think that's an element of a game that's improved. When she's gone under that treble 20, you could often see by her facial mannerism just a snarl at it.
41.
Which hasn't backed that 140 up. Like I said, if you've been with us the past couple of days, she's been averaging over the 8 games, won 7 of the 8, averaging over 95. This just has a little different feel. Can Jimmy capitalise? Because she won't continue to play like this. Thomas Banks, 3 balls.
Yeah, what a moment that was. Another viral moment here at the Super Series. But if you know the backstory, the way he played on Monday and Tuesday, the difficulties been going through with his throat, and how tough that is mentally to end the week on such a high with that fabulous 150 checkout, all on bullseyes. Huge credit to him.
Yeah, that drift into the 5 there from Jimmy was number 1. It's not what he wanted, but the fact he's left 99. But again,
60.
Not punished
Jimmy
by Bo Greaves.
99.
I don't think I saw the 4-0 coming from Reece Robinson in the opening game. And if she goes 2-0 down for me, there's a real fear that this game could get away with it very quickly.
Yeah, she may need a big moment.
140.
Could this be it? It could be. Double 10. It is brilliant by Bo Greaves. Sensational.
Bo Greaves. Third leg, it's Bo to throw first.
She is formidable. You asked for a magic moment, Chris, and she delivered. That was by far her best 3 darts of this match. And it's a wry smile afterwards. I think she's enjoying the atmosphere. She'll certainly be enjoying it a lot more after that 140 finish.
The best players do it at the key times, and that was a key time there. Van Schie threatening to double his lead. In fact, the game's now back on throw. It gives Bo the advantage. She throws first in this match and second in her game against Jared Cole. Van Schie has it the other way round.
37.
I've been accustomed to looking up at the stats and just like shaking my head thinking, how good are these? But those missed darts in the first leg from the pair of them, this is about the 2 points. This is about who gets over the winning line. And if you watched at the beginning of the show, that's what I asked for tonight. You're going to get the star-studded 110 plus averages from these two on that stage. But tonight I'd love to see just good old-fashioned match play, and that's what we're getting here.
95.
Yeah, and it could actually come down to moments, couldn't it? It often does, particularly in this short format. And Greaves could be making a move here. Van Schie on 147.
Whoa!
Greaves piled in a maximum to pile on the pressure.
First of the match. Well, we're seeing the 140 from Bo Greaves. It's not to be for Jimmy Van Schie, but he's going to leave it pretty. And that puts a lot of pressure on this 43 finish.
Well, she earned the opportunity with the big one. Double 16 is the target, no trouble.
Bo Greaves.
She's quieting down.
Full flag, it's Jimmy to throw
the crowd
first.
mostly backing Jimmy Van Schie. And that's probably part of the requirement to win a match like this, isn't it?
Yeah, but did you see the way she's sucking the air in there and out? She's feeling it up there. When you're seeing, it's almost like you go to a time when you get runner up and people are like, oh, never mind. She set the bar that high these days. And, you know, we might be guilty of it, of building players up. And it's an awful lot of pressure on someone like Bo. But more often than not does she deliver. And Jimmy is scrapping 150 points ahead here.
$140. $43.
F1 fan in the house, of course, the British Grand Prix
100
taking place this weekend, and it is a Dutchman on pole position, but it's Bo Greaves in pole in this game.
54. Bo, you require 161.
Scores are 43 and 54 for Jimmy Van Schie, and he was looking good in this leg. Remember, he was 150 points ahead at one point. Unbelievable. Incredible. Welcome to the party, Bo Greaves.
Bo Greaves.
Well, if the 140 wasn't enough for you, How about a spectacular 161?
To throw first.
She does not even know how good she is.
We do.
60.
Do you know what? Going into 8 games in the Group B, her highest finish was 124. And on finals night already, after 3 legs, she pings in a 140 and the most incredible 161. But that's why Jimmy Vansky is a champion. That's why he has aspirations of being a professional player. Great response. And this is warming up nicely.
60.
Well, he had to respond. He had no other option because Bo Greaves is a leg away from a comprehensive opening victory here.
100.
They're both calm characters, aren't they? I think it was mentioned by Henry on the stage at the top of the show. They both really are players that can drown out the noise and just get on with it as if they're just playing in the bedroom.
I get the sense that's on the exterior, but I think they've got that ferocious desire internally, which is a great thing that you're not showing it too much for that desire. Jimmy Vansky, how do you bounce back from a 140 finish in a 161? Well, after 9 darts, he's left 81. You might only have the one chance.
Well, her timing's been impeccable in this game. How's his? Because this may have to go. 12 segment here, and it is just a shot of the bullseye.
56.
He fails to find what Greaves did with that stunning checkout in the previous leg. Is this a checkout to win the match?
Well, she needs a treble, and that treble was treble 19 for double 12.
89. Jimmy require.
Failed to find a ton plus checkout.
Needs to practice her finishing, Chris.
This to stay in it. Slightly awkward. You can see from the expression he doesn't know which side of the hockey to stand on.
I think we'll see the camera angle, which tells you he's in the right place. Great decision, great execution. Super dart, Jimmy Vansky. He's still fighting, and that was for a breaker throw.
We are seeing some wonderful darts. It's been the most incredible week, and the finals night is living up to it. A stellar showing from Reece Robinson in whitewashing Conan Whitehead in game 1. And these two are turning it on. It wasn't the 140 or the spectacular 161 that he saw his opponent hit, but that was
100.
One of the most difficult darts under the most severe pressure, and you have to take your hat off to him.
Yeah, that's what you can't coach. That's what you can't teach. So just a reminder, Bo Greaves has had 1 match dart. And this dart a double 12. Jimmy Vansky on throw is finding the treble 20 with real ease. We could be going the distance.
130.
The throw, the Bo Greaves throw. The partner watches on. It just looks so good.
100.
Maybe a little bit too much desire in that last one. Really slung it, but he's put himself in position to level and force a deciding leg.
100. Jimmy require 87.
Well, the way she's been finishing, dare I say, this has to go. Now, interesting here. We've seen the mind games of players. That's respect.
I think it's pretty sensible, Glenn. As you said, we've seen what she's done already. Now, surely not. Vansky will return.
97. Jimmy require 32.
I think all neutrals want this to go the distance.
Game on the 6th then. Jimmy Vansky.
Just listen to that crowd. It is going the distance.
Final leg, it's Bo to throw first.
But the most important thing is Bo Greaves has the darts. How does she start? As a dart player, you're asking minimum a ton. But after that first dart, she'll want the 140.
140.
Yes, exactly that. An admiring applause from the audience. Vansky will be thinking, at least match it. At least match it.
140.
Tell me you're enjoying this.
I'm enjoying this, Glenn.
Not you.
anyone who's watching it must be
130
in darts heaven. What a duel. What a duo.
Penny for your thoughts, Jared Cole. He's the other player, and let me tell you, Jared Cole is a phenomenal player.
He's got to play both of them.
Just the first real poor response from Jimmy Vansky. It's very much Bourgreaves in that final dart. It's balls to lose from here.
86 when she comes back. She's taken out 140. She's taken out 161.
40.
And she's got all the time in the world.
Oh, you require
Vansky
86.
has made little progress in the decider. It's 2 darts. Only needs 1. And what a way to win it. 11 darter by brilliant Bourgreaves to see off Jimmy Vansky in a classic encounter. Greaves in the end took her average to near the ton mark. Some excellent arrows, including 2 gigantic checkouts. A 161 was the highlight. A 140 had been hit in the previous leg as well. Bourgreaves 4, Jimmy Vansky 3. Is that the last time we'll see that game tonight? Stay with us to find out.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Some game we watched before the break as Bo Greaves got the better of Jimmy Van Schie. Just about this one, 6-1, put her into a 3-1 lead in this particular contest. Van Schie would rally off a couple more to take us all the way to a last leg decider, which Greaves would go on to win. Reece Robinson won the first match against Conan Whitehead by 4-0, and that means that Conan is now in action against Jamie Durrant in game number 3, in need of a victory to keep his chances and to keep his hopes of progressing through to the semi-finals a little bit later on this evening alive. For Jamie, into the finals for the very first time, and he had a little bit of a family catch-up with Glenn a little bit earlier on this evening.
Jamie, a couple of hours before arguably your biggest night of darts, and for me as a player, this was always the most nerve-wracking time. How are you feeling?
Very similar. The build-up's definitely been the most nervous. I'm looking forward to getting on the stage, but yeah, the build-up's definitely getting my heart racing a bit.
If I can take you back to Thursday night, that win over Bo Greaves, I guess that must be a real highlight in your career.
Yeah, definitely. She's a very big name, and I think she showed exactly what she can do, so to get a W over is massive for me, yeah, definitely.
The big dynamic change tonight is the fact that we've got a full house crowd in here. The Jimmy Van Schie massive are all here apparently as well. Do you think that's a good thing for you or a bad thing?
I think it'll be a good thing. I can deal with the crowd when it's on the opponent's side. I think when I'm getting cheered on, I feel a lot extra pressure. So it might actually be in my favour that they cheer Jimmy on rather than myself.
What would success be tonight for you?
Oh, everything would be massive. Definitely the biggest thing I could have ever done. Who knows, it might be the biggest thing I ever do. So yeah, I'll take it for what it is. It's huge.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm incredibly proud of you. I mean, I was commentating the past couple of days. It's been very difficult not to have the bias there. You come across as a great lad, and you know, tonight's your night. You've got to just get in there and dig deep. But Durrant Senior's asked Durrant Junior questions. If you had one thing to ask me, what would it be?
How would you deal with tonight? Any advice I can take from you tonight and how you would deal with?
Different to what you said last night. You said last night that I've achieved what I want to achieve tonight. Never accept and never get comfortable. What I would say to you is get that mindset that you're going to win it tonight. Winning the World Masters changed my life. Tonight could change your darting career. So never mind accepting second best. Get it won tonight. That's what Durrant Senior would have done in your position. Good luck. I love you so much.
So, some coaching lessons from Glenn to Jamie. Conan Whitehead having a chat with the crowd. Jamie embracing the experience for all of its worth. It's game 3 of the evening session. If Conan Whitehead loses this game, his night is over. Glenn Durrant, Chris Murphy are in commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. It was quite an emotional moment there. I could see the nerves with Jamie, but you know, for people who are watching him for the first time, he's my nephew. He is a real rising star, but he's also just a great guy as well. And good things can happen to nice people, and that's what I hope for. But he's got a tough ask against that man in the pitch. He'll be smarting from his first game. He lost to an inspired Reece Robinson in the opener 4-0, which for Jamie, that might be a good thing because of the legs difference. But all will be irrelevant if Conan Whitehead does beat Jamie. He has to get a win on the board. I'm really excited, Chris, and dare I say, a little nervous.
Absolutely, and it's understandable why. I have to say, great interview that, Glenn. Both players admitting nerves. Conan Whitehead did earlier in the evening. He'll be even more nervous now, as you said. He is tiptoeing across the tightrope, isn't he? Can't afford to put a foot wrong here. Not too much wrong. And Jamie, quite interesting, he said he would feel comfortable with the crowd against him. He said if I was getting it right, that he maybe would feel pressure if the crowd are cheering him on, something, of course, that Durrant Senior never had to worry about.
Yes, I like to be the one who was disliked. But going back to Conan's game, he didn't play poorly against Reece Robinson. He started brilliantly. But like I say, Reece Robinson averaged over 100 in that game. So I think Conan will have gone back and thought, well, I'm going to go into the match with Jamie as favourite. And then you would expect, or maybe thought, that Reece Robinson, the way he played that game, could do him a favour by beating Jamie. And that's justified so far, because it's Conan that's come out the traps.
I think the way the fixtures have fallen, actually, in both groups, you could say the same thing, that the sort of blockbuster matches were game one in each group, weren't they?
Conan, you require 102.
With no disrespect to the other players in them. All very good, all here on merit. But this would be a real settler for Conan Whitehead, having
70.
not really had many opportunities against a rampant Reece Robinson.
Yep, no dramas. Jamie Way back in 249.
93. Conan, you require 32.
For the opener.
Game shown the
13 darted as well.
Conan Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead might be saying he's nervous, but he's got his
Second leg is
business head on.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Always a part of the Super Series legacy. Conan Whitehead was the first ever Champions Week winner.
180.
Let me tell you, there'll be a cheer in Teesside as well. They've got a big screen up in the local club where they're raising funds for the local county youth darts. I've even had my hero, my best friend, my grandson Reggie watching as well, saying, "Come on, Jamie." Love you too. Come on, Jamie.
100.
We were starting to wonder what kind of thing he was up to there. 5 perfect darts.
I think Henry got it right earlier as well at the beginning, and he said sometimes you can hype a night, hype a week, but you know, so far it's been terrific. Wonderful, big scores, big finishing.
Lived up to the billing as well. I have to say, when that Group B fell into place, there were a lot of people that were saying, well, we know which 3 are going through, and it didn't involve Jamie Durrant, so massive, massive credit for qualifying through such a tough group.
Jamie
Not only qualifying,
100.
but doing it in second place.
He's 13 darted from Conan in the first. Could be a similar response. Could be a 12 dart if the double 10 goes in.
Game shown the second leg.
What a
Jamie
response.
Durrant. So it gets Conan to throw first. Game on. $140.
That one leg for Jamie Durrant does confirm Reece Robinson's place in the semi-finals.
140.
He would have had to lose 4-0. Robinson's going to make it.
140.
Whatever happens.
Well, we said the blockbuster games were first, but in this game, 3 of this group, both are absolutely smashing the averages. Jamie's just taken his, at one point, over to 112.5. Conan Whitehead just shy of 103, make that 105.
140.
Wonderful match.
$93. Conan, you require
Just
81.
keeps him in the leg. Well, the way Conan's playing right now, might mean he has to go with the bullseye now. It's 12 and bull.
56. Jamie, you require 128.
Well, we're seeing some extraordinary finishes tonight. 128's a tricky one. Another one of them, a treble 14. For double 10.
108. Conan, you require 25.
So to regain the lead. Double 4.
17.
Is it turning away from Whitehead
Jamie,
here? Remember defeat and he's out.
20.
I hope I don't put the spoilers on, but it is Jamie's favourite double. He looks comfortable. There's his marker. There's the execution. Durrant leads 2-1.
Jamie Durrant.
Been a while since we've heard that.
Full flag is Jamie to
You
throw
promised
first.
on finals night you'd leave me alone. My family are watching. Let me confirm that.
Well, speaking of family, you did say in that
57.
interview how proud you were of Jamie, and he's certainly showing he belongs on this stage, isn't he?
He's nice, and of course I'm going to say that.
85.
But he is. Clean living, hard work, and he's a family man. He's got his beautiful family at home watching as well, and when I asked him, he said that's what's on his mind, not the bigger picture, nor all the messages that he's had. It's about his partner and his daughter.
85.
Everyone enjoying their evening here at the Live Lounge. If you fancy doing the same,
57.
get yourself to dartshop.tv. Tickets are available for any Saturday night, plus some special events we have here as well. But it really is an
84.
exclusive ticket to be part of one of the most unique atmospheres in sport.
Correct, a Bosch.
Does he say there?
180.
Some confidence, because that dart was dangling.
Did tell me he's been hitting the 180s for fun in the practice room. Hasn't transferred that. But as a player, he must be
99.
feeling like he's walking on air, because
Jamie
Conan White is
Maguire,
playing beautifully.
107.
But Jamie's still averaging over 104. 88 points left.
83.
Yeah,
Cody Maguire,
really good
148.
setup, pressuring Conan White into finding a Bo Greaves-esque checkout here, and he's not going to do it.
96. Jamie Maguire, 24.
The heart will be racing. Well, this would be match point. This would take him one away. It's a double three.
18. Conan
You look back on moments
52.
sometimes, and maybe that was one of them. Whitehead steps forward to level the tie. Tops he wants. Tops
on the forehand.
he gets. Deadlock
Conan White
against Durrant, who had a big
Fifth
opportunity
against
there.
Conan to throw first. Game on.
He's such a friendly person, Conan. Fierce competitor, proven winner. Another wonderful family
97.
man, and you could just see what it meant to him there. A real missed opportunity there for Jamie, punished by Conan Whitehead. But I'm looking at how players
99.
respond as well when things aren't going your way. We saw that with Bo Greaves. Then from nowhere, she pings a 140 to level up with an opponent on a finish.
126.
Conan has played well tonight.
But as we saw and in the group this week, and as we've seen
60.
plenty of times when he's been here before, he seems to find his best stuff when his back's against the wall.
I mean, I was sat next to him when we
45.
interviewed him, when, dare I say, give him a little bit of telling off, because after that 9-dart in his next game, he decided to look at the camera more than the dartboard, and I think he said tonight he's nervous, it's business, and he wants this. I get the mentality of these 6 players. Whoever wins it tonight, we're going to Champions Week thinking, if I can come through that week, I can do anything.
97.
Coming to the business end of the leg here. Durrant ensuring he will be on a checkout. Oh, and he's unlucky that it's not a lot smaller.
He should be able to get that dart back, surely.
$56.
Well, really, could be coming to the board for 81 here.
141.
We could say with Conan, it's a bit of a 50-50, the 80. Jamie can't finish, but you've got to keep telling yourself you'll get another chance.
45.
Maybe
Conan
not enough
Maguire,
pressure on this 80. And Conan has to stay straight. And we've talked an awful lot about the length of that dart. This tops ain't easy. This will be a worldie.
Game on the 5th. Conan White.
Out of this world. Whitehead, who may have had the moment of the week,
Jamie to throw first.
but came into this match knowing he must win or he would be heading home rather prematurely. That is one of the most
43.
difficult darts we've seen. Glenn mentioned it before, he threw 80 is 50-50 for him. Because of the way his darts stand up and because of how long they are, he will not see much of a tops target.
82.
But now he's on top.
I thought it was a bit of brilliant camera work there. You could just see Conan just looking above to his partner, Sherry Lee, as well. You might have all the crowd on your side, but if you're just looking for that
58.
one voice, that familiar face, that's where the family and friends can play an incredible job. This is a great match, a real tungsten battle.
60.
Has Jamie got anyone other than you, Glenn, that he can...
I believe my niece, Zara, is here. Yeah, I haven't seen her yet, but I believe she is, yes.
Well, she'll be cheering that, as will all of the Durrant family. Jamie is a maximum machine, 3 in this match, and 1 that should have been as well.
81.
Yes, he's done himself No harm with this performance. This is a player, the first time he was here, he was shaking his head, and I just didn't like his mannerism. Never questioned his technique. Great darts. Wonderful darts.
But it was a long time between drinks for Jamie Durrant, wasn't it? 2 years, I think, since appearances, but I think it's safe to say we'll probably see him in Series 12.
Music to my ears.
100. Conan number 198.
But this is for the match. Conan's played delightful in this game. Used all that experience, all that nous. Conan Whitehead bounces back from that opening 4-0 defeat by Rhys Robinson, and that was a terrific win. Jamie Durrant can hold his head up high, but Conan Whitehead used all that experience. He is that seasoned pro. He's relieved, but he's a top player, and that's what it means to him. The crowd love that. A lot of the players, both players were averaging over 100 throughout that game. It was a real delight, but Conan Whitehead's given him a big chance to qualify. It's Jimmy Van Schie back up next. He plays Jared Cole.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where this is what we've seen so far this evening. Wins to Rhys Robinson, Bo Greaves and Conan Whitehead in the first 3 matches of the night. Conan, with that win against Jamie Dowen, keeps his hopes alive, but that's now reliant on a Reece Robinson W against Jamie Dowen in match number 5 of the evening. Game 4 is a meeting between Jimmy Van Schie and Jared Cole. Now, Jared can actually see his way through with victory here against Jimmy Van Schie, who lost out against Bo Greaves in his opening match of the night. For Jared, he's looking for back-to-back Champions Week appearances here this evening. And earlier on this evening, he had a catch-up with Chris Murphy to talk all about tonight's proceedings.
Jared, back here at finals night, having won your week in the last series, how good does that feel?
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Hopefully, same again this time, I suppose. But I know it's not going to be easy. A very tough group and a very tough 6. So, yeah, I'm going to have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, this week has turned out very differently to how you might have thought it was going to go. A late call on Sunday to replace a player in Group A. You now must think, I'm glad I said yes.
Yeah, ultimately, I'm happy to give myself a chance to play these players. Hopefully, I can come out the right end of the results tonight. And hopefully it goes my way.
What does it say about where your game is at the moment? You won when you played here in the last series. Towards the end of that, of course, you had that brilliant time at the Six Nations, and now you've made it through to finals night again.
I think I'm just enjoying darts at the moment, and the results are coming with that. Ultimately, I just enjoy picking up a set of darts at the moment. There's been a lot less pressure on the dart side of it because of things outside of it, which are going really well as well, which probably translates into the performances. But yeah, I'm just really happy in the moment, and ultimately I'm playing well, so I've got to enjoy this run, and hopefully it'll continue.
That everyone sort of knows who watches this regularly that you're part of the team backstage. You're at the Modus Super Series. When you're not on the stage, you see pretty much every dart that gets thrown. This week has been incredible, and this finals night has got one of the most incredible lineups we've ever seen. What's it like to be part of?
I can't even put it into words, to be honest. I'm just happy to be in that lineup, if I'm honest. Ultimately, I do believe I've got a good chance tonight, but I know that everyone else in that practice room will be thinking the exact same thing. And yeah, I mean, I've seen pretty much every dart that's been thrown in this building, so yeah, hopefully a couple more of mine tonight, and we can come out the victor.
What would it mean for you to watch your dart fly in the winning double in the final?
I mean, that feeling was pretty cool last time, so hopefully it happens again.
Good luck, Jared. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Conventional route here. Oh, yes, Jared Cole.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Bullseye is finally found.
It'll be that. That is absolutely sublime.
I need to stop with these overextended lines, don't I, when I announce players' names on a Saturday night. Anyway, enough of the external thoughts, and into the action we go. Jared Cole against Jimmy Van Schie is game number 4 of the night, and it's all going to be watched by Glenn Dowen and Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Henry. Here we go then. As Jared Cole and Jimmy Van Schie take to the stage. And Van Schie, of course, has the last chance saloon in his sights. Jared Cole could be a real spoiler here. He can eliminate Jimmy Van Schie if he beats him in this match. And he might be wise to do that, because if he doesn't do that, his second chance will be against Bo Greaves.
This is a really tough game for Jimmy on the back of that match with Bo Greaves. I'm sure he put an awful lot of effort into that one. And maybe Jared... I mean, I would not have liked to have been Jared watching that game. It was
Jimmy to throw first.
Unbelievable at times.
Game on.
You can hear the crowd, but this is what Jared Cole's made for. If he cannot enjoy this type of atmosphere, then I would never advise to continue playing the game. This is a match that Jared should really enjoy and dig
134.
deep.
He'll have his fair share of support in the audience as well, Jared Cole. As you can hear. Local lad now, isn't he? Based in these parts, as we mentioned, has a job as a spotter when he's not playing here at the Super Series.
57.
What a start.
And life's good. He's mentioned that in his interview.
59.
Settled. Happy. Do you believe, and your experience, is that when you can play your best darts?
Honestly, I could Talk a few minutes about that, but absolutely. A happy dart player is when you're miserable, when things aren't good at home, when you're sick of travelling, that if you can get on the racket and you're happy, he's got his family and friends around him tonight. This is an opportunity to thrive.
Well, Van Ski needs to survive right now.
60.
Treble evades him. This is an opening for Jared Cole.
It was a stunning start by Jared. What do you give for another 180 now? And after that first start, I would say who would bet against it? Looked good to me.
104.
Ah, you understand now.
150.
Advanced arithmetic from Jared Cole, leaving a 2-darter with that route.
I think I'd give me darts to Thomas Banks if I was Jimmy Van Ski at that point.
96.
He's in the audience.
Jared
near the front, isn't he? Treble 19 can save the shot. Van Ski will breathe a bit of a sigh of relief.
Jimmy,
I think you can say listen to the crowd any time a double goes in because they've both got incredible support tonight. Jimmy does look cool. Double 18.
$36.
I'm never the biggest
Jared
fan of the 18 double
69.
18. I think you've got that big open bed of tops after hitting the 14. It's easy to say. There's the big open bed.
49.
But you also got the jeopardy of busting, haven't you, as well, with the treble, so you are likely to be blocking the double because you're trying to avoid that.
You require 18.
And there's a possibility you may have split this 18 as well. It is regarded as one of the trickier doubles because if you hit the big number or if you go wide on the first, now your mind is thinking, don't hit the big 9.
Well, how can he hit this? How much can he see? Not much. But he somehow finds it.
Jimmy Van Ski.
He threw a dart last night.
Second leg is Jared to throw first.
Very similar.
Game on.
It was a 120 finish, and we said it's almost impossible. You could literally see one spot at the tops. He moved across
60.
the hook, he moved against it, and that was a very, very similar dart.
Something he does have in his locker. Saw something similar in the first game as well, actually. Maybe not as small a target area to aim at, but
100.
Ski with some pinpoint precision lands the first blow in this match.
140. $98.
Top class arrows.
97.
He'll stay there on the 303. Needs the treble off. He's going to leave a finish. And it would leave the biggest finish of them all.
95. $100.
104 left. Van Ski can try and apply some pressure.
100. Jared, you require 104.
Lots of players starting on the 16s on 104 now.
I think his
51.
original plan would have been to stay there, but he somewhat blocked the target, didn't he? So
Jimmy
showed some
require
adaptability by
108.
moving to the treble 20.
Yes, the speed of the thought process as well, which impressed me there. He clearly had a plan B. 109, very similar, but needs the treble 19. Can't get it. Cole looking good.
92.
He's going to get at least
Jared,
2 darts, you feel.
53.
Needs a big number first.
Well, he misses a big number, which wastes a dart.
25.
That could be costly for Cole.
Jimmy require 16.
Yes, his contingent there were disappointed. That big number missed. They hurt more than anything. A luxury 3 darts in the hand for Jimmy at the same target. Very similar. It was the double 9 with the last dart in the opener. It's double 8 with the last dart in the second dart. Good moments for Jimmy Van Ski. And the Van Ski Massive are very happy.
It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Jimmy Van Ski wins this match by 4 legs to 2 or better, remember, he is through.
85.
Yeah, that first defeat, the saving grace for him really was the fact that he got 3 legs in it.
43.
A little nod of the head there for Jimmy. Nothing in disrespect there, but it's almost like you're self-motivating yourself. You think, this is my opportunity, can I take it?
120.
I have to say, we haven't seen the best of Jimmy Van Ski
58.
tonight. I felt in that game against Bo Greaves that he was kind of clinging on to contention as she started to go through the gears. And in this match, despite being 2-0 up,
45.
he's struggling to trouble an 80 average. If Jared Cole can pick it up, there's life in this starting duel yet.
41.
Yeah, 2 from 10 on the doubles between the pair of them. But the scoring hasn't been as big as you anticipated. But again, we go back to begin the show. This is classic match play. Sometimes the averages and the stats go out the window. You're just looking and searching for qualification.
Cole searching for trebles at the moment, having real trouble locating them. Took 12 darts to find one in that leg.
59.
Needs them all.
140. Jimmy required 96.
So to move to the brink of qualification, 96 points, treble 20. 91 points, so treble 17.
40. Jared required 120.
Jared needs something to kickstart his evening.
Good start. Is it going to be a great finish?
Game shot
Great with a capital G. Looked like this game was disappearing away from his grasp, but suddenly a brilliant break thanks to that fabulous 120. Jared Cole is in it.
So let's go to the mindset of Jimmy Van Ski right now, if we can. In that opening match, he was leading 1 leg to 0. We were talking about the fact that Bo Greaves just hadn't started very well, and she wanted a 140 finish, and that was the foundation for her to kick on from there. In this game, he was sat pretty on a 56 finish, leading 2-0, talking about potential qualification. Jared Cole hits that sublime 120 finish, hence the shake of the head by Jimmy. He needs to gather his thoughts because Jared
100
is looking chipper.
Yeah, he's finding his feet, isn't he? He's calmed down. He's got that effortlessness about his throw again, which saw him dominate Group C. And all of the talk might have been about Conan Whitehead with that brilliant 9-dart leg and the 150 from Thomas Banks, but Cole did it drama-free.
180!
Yeah, I think the shake of the head, what he's saying is, it's there. It just looks... He looks sensational
60.
When he's picking these 180s of fun, and he's just striving for that consistency, but he's looking good. He ain't missing at the moment.
Game shot
Yeah, we said he needed something to spark him. Well, that certainly did.
The flag is Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Followed the superb 120 finish with an 11-dart leg. 2-2.
180!
The match is flip-flopping from one player to the next. It was looking like a one direction with Jimmy Van Ski at one point. But both of them are bringing each other on right now.
$180
180 followed by 140 for one.
I was going to say, is it enough? Because the way Jared Cole was thrown there,
57.
I was expecting another one. Chance now for Van Ski.
But Jared has had 2 9-darters in this building. We've never seen a perfect leg on a Saturday night.
65.
Finals night yet. Quite incredible, really.
It's been that type of week, though. If it's a hoodoo is going to go, it could be tonight, because that treble 20 is taking a beating.
Well, you were right about Jared Cole hitting another 180, Glenn. You just made you wait a little longer. key exchange, and this is not going to go. Jared Cole could get ahead here, and suddenly Jimmy Van Skeet
Jared Jamiroquai 84.
could be staring down the barrel of an exit.
It is treble 20, can't miss. What a marker that is.
60.
And it was almost back-to-back 11s. 68 for Van Skeet to nudge himself in front. He's just taking the sting out of it a little bit here. It might be a wise thing to do.
Oh, I love that. When that adrenaline is pumping, you don't make those decisions in that split second. That's a little bit of experience from Jimmy. Will it work? There's only going to be one dart at double 16. What a dart this is.
Big celebration. And we remind you that if Jimmy Van Skeet wins this leg, he will qualify. If Jared Cole wins this leg, whatever happens in the match, Van Skeet will have to wait for the outcome of the following one. So this leg would see him through right now.
100.
Those last darts as well. That's what can hurt the opponents. But Jared Cole is looking, he's striving for excellence.
140.
And he's involved in a real belter here. Maybe the numbers are not suggesting that. But it's just a great match to watch.
A reminder, he's out if he loses this game, Jimmy Van Skeet. He's through if he wins this leg. He's certainly up for it.
Yeah, that's what I love about these round robins, those permutations. I wonder if they go through the head, because we had something during the week which Jimmy knew he was through when he only needed 3 legs in a match. Even I had the abacus out at one point, so I think there's a lot of experience in that back room tonight where they know exactly what they need to do before they get up there.
At the moment, it looks like it is going to be going to a decider, which Van Skeet would have to win.
57.
Stay in the conversation. Potential, Glenn, tonight of a 9-dart shootout.
$60.
I don't think my heart could take it.
$42.
That was an opportunity, and once again, the strategy from Van Skeet is just to take the sting out the pace of the game. It worked for him last time.
Doesn't like that dart. Certainly won't like that one, and his instinct was to switch, wasn't it? And he changed his mind.
Jared, you require 144.
I thought he had to, but I think maybe this number that he was on, but he still left a bit of a stinker with a 139. He will be back for it. And more importantly, not a lot of pressure from Jared Cole.
39.
For the first time in this match, this is for the match.
And it's for qualification. Not going.
99.
But left-handy.
Jared, you require 84.
To go all the way, this time it's treble 16. It's bullseye.
59.
Jimmy Van Skeet couldn't look. He'd be delighted that he's got the opportunity. And this is for qualification, remember.
40.
Lost his first game to Bo Greaves. Second chance is taken. And Jimmy Van Skeet once again seals a Super Series semi-final. The audience are delighted for the Dutchman, on their feet, applauding their man who's booked his place in the Final Four. Jared Cole, despite an average of almost 10 points more, goes down 4-2 and will have work to do against Bo Greaves. But next, Jamie Durrant takes on Reece Robinson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
A wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
And we're going to be letting some Great Danes off the leash here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, as Denmark are the 7th nation to be revealed for international pairs too. Even Springboard Poulsen and Andreas Toft Jorgensen are going to represent them in international pairs. So now that you can see a little bit of a change in the lineup for South Africa. Simon Adams has withdrawn. He's going to be replaced by Carl Gabriel. That tournament's going to get underway on Monday, the 25th of August. And all of the action, of course, is live and free on Pluto TV. So that's what's coming up. But this is what we've seen on this Saturday night here at the Super Series. And what an evening we've had so far. All 4 of the games have gone with throw. It began with a 4-0 win for Reese Robinson against Conan Whitehead, who in turn got the better of Jamie Durrant by 4 legs to 2. In the games in Group 2, we saw Bo Greaves get the better of Jimmy Van Schie by 4 legs to 3, but Jimmy would get his first win, and he needed to win 4-2 or better against Jared Cole to qualify through to the semi-finals, and that is exactly what he's done. It means that Jared doesn't just have to beat Bo Greaves, but he's going to have to beat Bo by a scoreline to ensure of his place in the semi-finals. But before that, it is a meeting between Jamie Durrant and Reese Robinson. Now, Reese is safely through to the semi-finals. Jamie Durrant qualifies at Conan Whitehead's expense with a win over Robinson. If Reese wins, Conan Whitehead qualifies at the expense of Jamie, and Reese Robinson tops Group 1 with just 2 legs on the board. Right, into commentary then, and to Chris Murphy and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you, Henry. It was an incredible start to the night from Reese Robinson. He was sensational in victory over Conan Whitehead, averaged over 100 in a 4-0 victory. And all the talk was about Group 2 and Bo Greaves, Jimmy Van Schie and Jarrod Cole. Yeah, boy, has Group 1 really delivered, because Conan Whitehead was sublime in a victory over Jamie Durrant, who probably played his best darts of the week. And Jamie Durrant knows the situation now. He has to beat Rhys Robinson to qualify. And Chris, that's going to be a tough ask.
Absolutely, Robinson will be feeling good after that 4-0 thumping of Conan Whitehead, the performer of the night so far. You have to say he breezed past the Series 1 champion. Whitehead then beating Durrant, so he'll be through if Robinson does the job for him. Durrant has it in his own hands, and it has all gone with throw tonight, so he'll be hoping for that trend to continue. And great for us to reveal that latest team at the next international pairs week. What a week it was. But actually, Jimmy Van Schie and his partner Danny Van Tripe took the title. Denmark, Glenn, great team.
Yeah, I was hoping it wasn't going to be Denmark, because I did travel down with Jamie. He was proud to show me his new shirts. And I do remember the very first shirt I had made for me.
121.
And believe it or not, it was Daryl Fitton who come over and said, the flag on the side of your shirt, Glenn. I was, yeah, very proud, England. He went, it's Denmark's.
99.
And I think it's A.D. Mason, one of our referees here, who's actually got that shirt.
Could have been a different career for Danish Durrant.
140.
I did take on the bacon that day, though.
Well, that's what Jamie is hoping to do here. He needs to get himself on another 180 streak.
180.
He's been a 180 machine tonight. These new darts, he's got all part of this grouping that he's looking for.
24.
His doubles have been good.
Game shown the first
He looks composed.
Jamie
He's looked up for the challenge. Now, if you look at the records, Chris, these two have never met. But the beauty of spending time with Jamie, he does remind me that he's played him in a couple of inverted commas local events. One in particular in Bridlington before the British Open, and has beat Rhys twice they've played each other.
95.
Sometimes the head-to-heads, they really can be good in favour, but he's using that as a positive, and he's not frightened to play him.
I'll tell you what else is a big positive for Jamie, that in each of his matches so far, he's come racing out of the blocks. Thomas Banks there, who finished in style on Friday, that incredible 150 checkout with
60.
3 bullseyes, right out of the Rhys Robinson trick book.
Dare I say, it's been quite a mature week for Rhys Robinson. And I was going to say a week of 180s for Jamie Durrant.
So a reminder, Durrant must win. It's not going to affect Rhys Robinson's night. He's already through. But if Robinson wins, Whitehead goes through.
This is on the throat of Sugar Rhys Robinson. So this is real good moments for Jamie Durrant. There'll be nervous times in the camp of Conan Whitehead at the moment.
$60. Jamie Everett 136.
At least 6 darts and 136. Might only need the 3.
96.
There's a really good fluidity and fluency about his throw. He's got his rhythm right tonight, Jamie Durrant.
57. Jamie require 40.
2 out of 2 on the doubles.
Leg. Jamie Durrant.
A crucial game for Jamie, this one.
Third leg is Jamie to throw first.
Well, not just that, Glenn, it's back-to-back 13 dart legs. That amounts to an average of almost 116, sorry.
58.
Perfect dart for Rhys. You'd expect the maximum this time from him.
121.
Just wonder if Uncle Durrant's pearls of wisdom have played into this approach from Jamie, because he's gone out all-out attack in both games from the start, hasn't he?
24.
Yeah, the messages I'm getting is this is no surprise to an awful lot of people on the Teesside circuit. But these vaults, the ADCs, a lot of them are just best of 3. So it's interesting you mentioned Reese does hit that 180. It's interesting that he has been coming out the traps quickly. Is that linked to the fact that he does a lot of best of threes? Well, Reese Robinson's going nowhere. This time he's attacking the throw of Jamie.
121.
Yeah, a little shake of the head there from Durrant as Robinson turns on the style. Now he's found the magnet that bunches his darts together so well.
There's the new shirt in all its glory and a new nickname as well.
100. Reach require 100. $80.
He will be back. This is a player, remember, Reese Robinson, who's not playing a lot of competitive darts at the moment. The Modus Super Series is #1 priority by a long way. There will be pressure on this double 10. A lot of pressure on this double 10.
I did wonder whether he might try the tactic of the 180 there. But every single leg in this match has been won in 13 darts so far. 2 for Jamie Durrant, 1 for Reese Robinson, who breaks back.
Game on.
$108 the average for Jamie Durrant. It's actually 17 points higher than that of Reese Robinson, but that'll change as Robinson seems to have suddenly found his feet.
He was 2-1 up against Conan Whitehead, remember, Jamie. It's not like he's wilting. It's just his opponents are finding an extra gear or two. Reese Robinson has found those afterburners. This is the kind of dart he threw in his opening game. Just stunning, sublime.
So relaxed in the way he delivers them as well.
$93. $80.
Both players have just been around that 100 average. It's been a match full of quality. Reese Robinson looking good for parity.
57. Reach for 101.
101.
$81.
Well, it's double 10 is left again. And in the previous leg, Jamie Durrant did put an awful lot of pressure on that double 10. He's going to put some on it.
100. Reach required 20. Game show on the fourth leg.
All square then.
Reese Robinson.
Conan Whitehead watches
Jamie to throw first.
Backstage
Game on.
with interest. A win for Durrant. He goes through with the man he's sharing the stage with. A win for Robinson. Durrant
96.
is denied. And Whitehead wins through to the semi-finals.
Reese Robinson has been throwing these type of darts for at least 15 years. I go back to 2010 when he won the World Masters, boys. He's been a player which can infuriate when you're watching him. That maverick style, you know, he's got all the talent in the world. But what I'm witnessing now is maturity here from Reese. He's not worried about the cameras.
40.
He's not worried about the crowd. He's just getting on with his job, and he's playing terrifically well.
Well, do you know what rather highlights the point, Glenn?
42.
Then when he hit that 180, Reese Robinson, he called himself, didn't he, Mr. Must See, the human highlight reel here at the Modus Super Series. He's seen someone hit a 9-darter this week. He's seen somebody hit 3 balls. I wondered if he might try and score 171 with the next 3 darts and combine those things in the same leg. But you use the word mature. He's here for business. He's here to win.
36.
Don't get me wrong, right now I could do with seeing that maverick style and letting his concentration waver. No bias, I promise. No bias.
But even more so because this is a game that really doesn't matter too much to him. He's already through. He's already topped the group.
Should start the 19s on 2-3-1. You can incorporate the bullseye to at least leave a finish. Just wondering
80.
where Jamie's mind is right now.
Require 85.
Because this has been a blistering 2 3/4 legs. He's just getting better. This for a 15-darter.
Games on the fifth.
Well, two similar showings
Reece
from
Robinson.
Jamie Durrant so far. Electrifying starts to matches, racing out of the blocks, but then the opponent bouncing back. And Reece Robinson in bouncing back here might be about to do a big, big favour to Conan Whitehead, who he beat 4-0 in the first match of the evening.
83.
Yeah, just kissed off that second. That very easy. It could have been a 140. Jamie was deep in concentration, but he's responded nice.
96.
Like I say, it's not like he's fallen apart when the other players. But Reece Robinson is showing darts.
95.
I could maybe say to Jimmy Vansky and potentially Bo Greaves, don't forget me. He's looking at something in the crowd there, so maybe for the first time his mind, because he did throw those darts super, super quick.
Reminder, another decisive match to come. Jared Cole and Bo Greaves will follow this as we bring an end to the group stages tonight.
81.
Just keeps him involved, but Reece Robinson, he's mortared his way to victory.
61.
The setup play from Jamie Durrant has been superb in this match. When he needs it most, is it there? Absolutely, it's there.
40. Reaching back 122.
Could be over here though. Treble 18. And still not found. So Durrant will return.
54.
Fighting his corner.
Jamie
keeping his hopes
48.
alive.
This is why you put the hours of practice in for moments like this. When the heart's racing. When you see that target of one dart in your hand,
28.
you feel that was for survival.
Is
that the last 3 darts for Jamie Durrant this week?
16 for tops.
48.
Just beneath the wire, a reprieve for
Jamie
Durrant. But this time he simply has to
20.
take it.
To go the distance.
10.
Maybe a little deflection as well there.
20.
But that may well be the last chance. He's far from disgraced himself. I'm sure the Durrant family, including the man alongside me, will be very proud. He should be proud of himself. But Reece Robinson, in winning that match, takes Conan Whitehead through with him. And they will join Jimmy Vansky in the semi-finals. A 4-2 success for Robinson, a closely fought encounter when you look at the numbers as well, but it's Durrant who departs, and we are going to find out who's going through in the final match when Jared Cole takes on Bo Greaves.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20, he went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
She just gets better and better as the competition goes on.
And Bo Grease is bringing the heat.
Shot and the Modus Super Series Week 9 champion, Bo Grease!
It's history for Bo Grease.
Bo Grease has been punching in the type of numbers that only the very, very best we've ever seen in this building has produced. In fact, she probably is one of the best players we've ever watched here at the Modus Super Series. However, she's not confirmed through to the semi-finals just yet. She takes on Jared Cole in the final qualifying match. So this is the permutations. Reece Robinson and Conan Whitehead have qualified through Group 1. Jamie Durrant has been eliminated because of that defeat before the break. In the second group of the night, we saw Jimmy Van Schie go through because of a 4-2 win against Jared Cole, who himself now has to win by a margin of 4-2 or better. Will qualify Bo Grease if she wins 3 legs against the King of the Castle. Of course, a win for Bo would mean that she wouldn't just win that game, wouldn't just win her way through, she'd also win the group. Right, it's the final qualifying game of the night. It's Bo Grease and Jared Cole, 2 young talents going head-to-head. And in the commentary box, it's Glenn Dowen and Chris Murphy to talk all about it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Thanks for the explanation. Jared Cole and Bo Greaves, I think, will be well aware. But, I mean, you spoke about this during the week. For Greaves, thinking about getting to 3. For Jared Cole, thinking about the scoreline he's got to win by. Can that serve as a distraction?
Well, they certainly do know in a sense that we've got a brilliant place in the comms box, right at the back of the shoulders where they're playing. Right upstairs, and there's a little screen at the side of the stage, you know, mainly for the audience, which was explaining the permutations Henry was talking about. And Jared has certainly stood reading it all, so he knows exactly what he needs to do. I think Bo was just getting on with what she needs to do, and the mindset for these geniuses like Bo Grease is that she just wants to play and win every single game.
First leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on!
Jared Cole can't let Bo Greaves get to 3. Bo Greaves can't let Jared Cole get to 4 before she gets to 3.
42. $93.
Reece Robinson winning
59.
Group 1. And we'll take on the runner-up in this group. Conan Whitehead will take on whoever wins the group.
100.
Which will be Bo Greaves, of course, if she wins this match.
I was about to say a slow start from Jared Cole, but I'm glad I didn't. Because he's going to need plenty more of them. And there's just something at the back of my brain as well. Chris was just saying,
44.
When Bo won that match, it's almost like, I've beat Jimmy Vansky. That's sorted me through now. But 3 legs against someone like Jared Cole, who's in this form,
140.
is not a gimme.
Yeah, not easy at all.
$100. Jared, you require 80.
As is proving to be the case. 25 bull. Hard dart. He's gone against
40.
Going for it. That's interesting, particularly when Bo Greaves pulled out 2 enormous finishes in a first match tonight. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear.
119.
Fingers
Jared,
almost
you
burned.
require 40.
Don't wind her up, Jared. So yeah, what a decision that was. Did it prove to be the right one?
Game shown the first.
That's an incredibly important dart. Not a lot of reaction. I think all the players today have just had that real stern, focused look about them.
$59.
It is niggling at the back of my mind, Chris. I mean, how dare I not think that someone like Bo Greaves won't get 3 legs in a match, never mind not win it.
Well, she was a favourite to win the evening. She was favourite to win the week before a dart was thrown.
60.
She's lived up to that billing for the most part. But Jared Cole has the throw, and Jared Cole has the
59.
lead throwing the match.
I mean, it's great to win a game 4-3. It just shows you the importance where Reece Robinson won that game 4-0 and by 2 legs of the second game he was already through. Even though Bo won that one 4-3, the scenarios are the fact that she's still got a lot of work to do.
60.
But you just sense Jared has to be his A+ game.
Yep, absolutely. Just having that little bit extra buffer.
140.
It means she doesn't need to break throw in this match, does she? She can just hold 3 times and she's won. So she doesn't need to be too concerned yet.
107.
I'm sure there's people watching saying, what on earth is Durham talking about here? Because look what Bo Greaves can do.
75.
What Jared can't do is take out 184, so Greaves will be back for double 16.
$92, but you require 32.
For level pegging.
Game shown the second leg. Bo Greaves. Third leg is Jared to throw first. Game on. $140.
It's an interesting dynamic, this game, isn't it? Because it's a race to 7 legs, but
100.
if Jared Cole goes 3-2 up, then leg 6 becomes the decider.
96.
If your mind wanders in this commentary box, if buts and maybes. But Jared Cole's doing what he needs to do on his throat. Bo needs a treble, gets the treble. But it's still advantage Cole. We'll start on the 19s on 265.
58.
And it just, again, just shows the beauty of this format that we play, that Conan White had lost his first match 4-0. He's safely through to the semi-finals. Bo Greaves won her first match 4-3, and still we don't know if she's going to make it.
Yeah, she's probably confident and say, what was the panic? That's the type
95,
of personality she has. She plays the game with real freedom.
She's had this already. Not going to repeat the feat, but she is going to leave it handy and put pressure on Jared Cole here.
I said Jared had to be immaculate, had to play his A+ game. Good decision for double 19. What a finish. sensible play, not the first time tonight. His board management in that split second has been impeccable.
To throw first.
Yeah, that was smart darts from Jared Cole there. Superb thinking. When he felt he blocked the primary target, he went for the backup, gave himself a shot at double. When you're only going to have one dart at double, it doesn't matter which one it is.
Yeah, for young players watching 1-1-2, we all think treble 20, single 20, double 16. But if you do block that treble, but it's the fact he did it under this pressure. You don't always make those split-second decisions, and these are good moments out with Jared Cole.
Yeah, don't forget Greaves was waiting on double 12. And this is another good moment.
133.
He was about to break him. Could he get the chance to break her?
140.
That's my niece.
Nephew and niece waiting for the lift home.
44.
Yeah, it's fantastic that he had some support tonight. I think my great nephew there, Bobby's there as well. So a family affair, just going through what it. But it's all about this game right now, and it's all about Jared Cole. He's thinking 205 in 6 darts. That's exactly what the thought process is now, and they're the type of routines and practices that he'll do daily. Interesting.
He's got a huge chance here.
59. Jared, you require 65.
It's too good. 15 remaining. Only just hit the 7 there. This is a little bit nervy. Can he hold himself together?
57.
And look what Bo Greaves has left.
112.
In the previous leg, we were talking about this 1-1-2 has to go.
She won't need to switch. Oh, that was close.
96.
Can Cole calm down?
Require 8.
Cole goes 1 dart and 1 leg away from qualification. Remember, Bo Greaves needs 3 legs if she's going to qualify for the semi-finals. And now it's on Jared Cole's throw. If he can ping a 180 now, Bo Greaves is well on the ropes.
139.
I think she's on the ropes already, Glenn. Couldn't fill it up, Jared Cole, but Bo Greaves' night has taken a sudden turn.
84.
There's a real hush in that crowd. Almost stunned silence. We put the explanation on those big screens so that they know exactly what the scenario is.
Well, after that performance against Jimmy Vansky, who would have thought that Bo Greaves would be on the brink of elimination here? But that's exactly where she finds herself. And even if she hits a 180 here, it's out of her hands.
100.
Jared Cole on the back of representing his country. Came on a real high. He had a last minute call up to this competition. What a story this could be. What a setup play. What a result.
100, Jared, you require.
Bo Greaves started in astonishing fashion. Some spectacular stuff in that first match, beating Jimmy Vansky. Jared Cole then lost to the Dutchman.
No score.
He's going to return with more darts to beat Bo Greaves. But under what pressure?
You could just sense the adrenaline pumping through the body of Jared Cole.
Require
Luckily, he's had 20 seconds just to sort himself out. Bo Greaves is out, and it's jubilation for Jared Cole. Incredible scenes here at the Modus Super Series. Bo Greaves has done nothing wrong whatsoever for 2 days. She dominated Group B. She put on a magnificent display in her opening game against Jimmy Vansky. But Jared Cole has produced the shock of the night. And he has delighted that big following. He holds the glass up to that big crowd. The family and friends are delighted. what scenes here at the Live Lounge. Big smile there from Jared. Didn't he play really well, solid throughout. You go back to that 1-1-2 finish, that seemed to change anything. But the big news is Bo Grease is out and Jared Cole is through.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. The group stage action has come to a close, and there was a big shock in our final game as Jared Cole got the better of Bo Grease by 4 legs to 1. A real upset here at the Live Lounges. The bookmakers' favourite to win the night, Bo Grease, departs. It's Jimmy Van Schie and Jared Cole that come through Group 2. Whilst in Group 1, it was Reece Robinson and Conan Whitehead who won their way into the semi-finals a little bit later on this evening. So that is what we've watched in terms of the group stage worth of action. This is how the rest of the night is going to pan out and play out. These are the 2 semi-finals that we're going to watch, and Reece Robinson takes on Jared Cole in semi-final number 1, whilst Jimmy Van Schie takes on Conan Whitehead in semi-final number 2, and then the final will take place around about 11 o'clock this evening. Glenn Durrant's with me here in the studio to analyse everything that we have seen this evening. And look, Glenn, the big shock of the night is Bo Grease. She was the favourite before a dart was thrown, has departed at the early stage that she could this evening. Just your thoughts and synopsis of her evening.
Well, shock, a major shock, but I did say in comms there was just something niggling in my mind. that you put so much effort into that game with Jimmy Van Schie. And as we know in this round robin, winning's great, but 4-3, it's not like you've still got work to do. Jared Cole almost like, I know I need to win the match, and he looked like he played with freedom. And it's a strange feeling when you know you only need a certain amount of legs. I think that the strategy you've got to take is just win the game, but take nothing away from Jared Cole. That 112 finish was so decisive.
That's a game which probably... We were speaking on stage early on tonight about Jared Cole's maturity, how it's felt like he's grown up as a dart player. That's probably the type of game that maybe a year ago he doesn't win.
Yeah, and maybe sometimes you need to hear some hard truths. I mean, he sat next to me when he won the Group C, and I said, these are the competitions he should be winning. You know, it's just like technically sound, and I think the next part of it is the mental aspect of the game. And I've seen enough in that game there that he's on that back of that England win, and I think that has sparked him. That's given him that confidence there. That win over Bo has got to do something to you. If you can beat Bo 4-1, you can beat anybody.
How will Bo reflect upon the week overall?
She was pretty quickly off that stage. She's 21-year-old. We had a great interview with her. This 140 was just beautiful. She was on the ropes here. Jimmy came up the traps quickly, and I thought that was it. You know, this then backed up with another stunning finish with the 161 after that as well. So I think she'll reflect with disappointment because champions do that. She was here to win it. She did everything right, didn't she? She just walked into one of those games. That 112 from Jared Cole changed everything. He misses that. And the fact he went treble 18, double 19 as well, just salt in the wounds just a little bit.
Do you remember what we said on stage about nights like tonight maybe not going to the type of form guide that we expected?
Yeah, but there were 6 fantastic players. You know, Jamie Durrant and Bo Greaves are gone, but 2 players were going to leave. And yeah, I didn't think it was going to be Bo, but under the circumstances of what just happened, you can understand it.
Did Jimmy dig himself out of a hole a little bit?
Jimmy has not played well tonight. He started quickly, then was hit with them big finishes there, but he did enough. He just did enough to qualify. Maybe he did dig that hole. I think he'll be the one who's thinking, thankfully Bo's gone now. I think he may even go favourite between these 4 players, but he hasn't been the best player of the 4 tonight.
And I suppose, is it kind of twofold? Look, we know what he can do, we know his quality, but he's also proven. He's done it not just once, not just twice, he's done it 3 times here before.
It's that word proven. He knows he's a course and distance winner. He knows that you don't want to be producing your best darts in the round robin phase. He knows that you don't win it in the group stage. You know, is he saving his best now for the semi-final and final? That's what champions do. They come alive when you need them to.
Reece Robinson in Group 1, just a synopsis of his night so far.
Wonderful. I mean, that 4-0 victory, demolition job over an excellent Conan Whitehead who was playing beautifully, averaging over a ton after 2 legs in that game. He looked magic, and I was talking at this point here, you know, is Conan going to come back? And just to do it in 2 darts. He's been mature. You know, he's that maverick style, isn't he? But we haven't been talking an awful lot about that today. He's been superb.
Me and Paul Nicholson are having a conversation about Reece early on of the week. Yeah, we talk about the maverickness, we talk about that style, we talk about that flair. But actually, in terms of what he's achieved here, it's understated. He's won 3 weeks here. He's looking for 4 tonight. We talk about Jimmy Van Schie in glowing terms, and so we should talk about Jimmy Van Schie in glowing terms. But what Reece Robinson has done in this building, in terms of winning weeks, is at an equal.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's the type of player, we haven't even been talking a great deal about him this week. He won Group A. He's had a couple of days away. I can't remember talking about it. It was all Bo, it was all Jimmy, it was all Conan Whitehead's 9-darter. He must have been just thinking, excuse me, you know, 3 times winner, won Group A, and we sort of gone under the radar. And even a 2-0 down to Jamie Durrant, I was thinking, wow, is this a chance now for Jamie to... Then all of a sudden, Reece goes into championship winning form. But then let me talk about the fact that when it's about peaking at the right time. Has he played his best darts tonight already? Are we going to see the best from Jimmy? Are we going to see the best? So it's still all to play for. They've got to the semi-finals. That's what about. It's knockout now, and 4 terrific players.
And in terms of Conan Whitehead, another player that's proven over this course and proven over this format. And you get the sense Conan is the type of player that when it gets to that knockout element, could maybe find another level.
He lost his first game 4-0. So my mindset would be, I'm out. So it's almost like, is tonight my night? because you're not meant to lose 4-0 and then qualify. But that game with Jamie was terrific in that match. Jamie's been terrific all night, but Conan just had something. There's something about him, and it's the word nerves. He's nervous tonight. This is a stalwart. This is a man who hit a 9 darter. This is a man who's been a seat, and he's nervous. I think that's a positive.
I was going to say, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
So. I think it's a real... Because do you remember when he'd done the 9 dart? The next game, he's looking at the camera, and he's pulling his faces, and I'm going ballistic in comms saying, Conan, you've got a job to do. Get your business head on. And he sat next to me, and I told him, and he said tonight, I know what I need to do. And I think I know what I need to do means business head on, focus. I think he's got the right people around him tonight. Cheryl Lee's here, Steve West's here. So not that enormous crowd that Jimmy and Jared have got. Could be Conan's night.
In terms of Jamie, is this week a learning experience for him? Got through to the Saturday, he's had a taste of this now.
I think he's taken a giant stride. That's what I think. I think the 2 occasions he's been to Southampton and Portsmouth where I was left slightly disappointed. I leave now with incredible pride. My heart was bursting when he was playing there because he's a good guy, Henry. You know, he's a family man. He's just a nice person who you want to do well tonight. He could have qualified tonight, but the quality of the night meant that he didn't. He'll have to see the positives. It was great to see him in the crowd with a smile on his face. And Chris Murphy did say he'll be back in Series 12, so I'll be holding him to that.
Well, we shall see. But what we will see in the more immediate future is a couple of semi-finals. This is how the rest of the night in terms of the tournament bracket is going to break down. Reece Robinson takes on Jared Cole in semi-final number 1. Jimmy Van Schie takes on Conan Whitehead in semi-final number 2. Right, let's go in chronological order. Let's begin with Reece Robinson against Jared Cole. Now, Jared's just come off the stage against Bo. Great win for him. But one thing that's striking me with Jay, and I don't know whether you agree or you disagree with this, Glenn, is he's finding clutch moments, and when some people could probably fold like a deck chair, he's... How do I say it without maybe... He's finding something?
Yeah, I think he's been inspired by the whole night. I think he's been inspired by the crowd, the quality of the players in the practice area, and maybe just that realisation that you can't just keep saying, great experience, this is, you know... He should be winning these competitions now, and if he's going to win it tonight, he's going to win it the hard way. And I think it's 2 players in Robinson and Cole who will be on a real high. So it'll be interesting to see how the match starts.
Is Reece one of those difficult players to play, just on the basis of you don't quite know what you're going to get?
Normally, but not tonight. Not in Group A. I just think he looks, dare I say, professional, mature. They're not the words that you associate with that maverick. What was he? When I was born, I knew I was going to be special. I'm like, oh, is he really said... I just see a really mature performance from him tonight. Long may that continue.
Right, semi-final number 2 has a very interesting dynamic about it. Look, we've said everything that we need to say about the Jimmy Van Schie army over the last few months, the last year or so. How will Conan Whitehead deal with that?
I think he'll use his experience. I think when you think of Conan Whitehead, you think of match play. I think Conan Whitehead will be thinking, I could have been going home right now. I think he'll look and say, this is a huge challenge. I mean, they have played each other in Group A this week. I think the head-to-head goes out the window. I think he'll feed off the crowd. I think he'll relish this opportunity because he goes in there as second favourite.
Are these 2 players still searching for something, though?
I think if they are going to search it, maybe Jimmy is. I mean, we've seen brilliance, 110 average in the group phase, and we saw some spectacular darts from him. So if I was in his position, he's waiting for that big game to come. The crowd seem to believe in him still. You can hear them in the background there. So I think we'll still see the best of Jimmy just yet.
Right, they're doing their singing. I think it's best that we shut up because it's getting a little bit loud in here. It's time for the semi-finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we kick off with a meeting between Reece Robinson and Jared Cole, who's going to get the W.
I'm sure.
Paul Greaves is out, and it's jubilation for Jared Cole.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time to introduce the semi-finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage, he is a former 3 times Modus Super Series weekly winner, the human highlight reel, Reese Robinson! And now would you please welcome his opponent. He is a former 2-time PDC Development Tour winner. It's the King of the Castle, Jared Cole!
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe, I got the flow, I got the remedy. I know they do, I know they envy me. Feet on the floor, what they gon' say now? We came along from last place, bottom to top of the fast pace.
If you can hear me, there's a darts match going on, and it's between Jared Cole and Reese Robinson, and it is for the first place through to the final. It is fever pitch here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's the storm before the calm, and it's going to be watched in the company of Glenn Durran and Chris Murphy.
And Reese Robinson seems to be the calmest person in the room. Jared Cole wants to get them all going again, but Robinson, who has been something of a maverick at the Modus Super Series tonight, has been the epitome of professionalism, of calmness, of coolness, and maybe that will take him over the line. Jared Cole, of course, needs to get back down to earth after just 10-15 minutes ago getting the better of Bo Greaves, eliminating her from tonight's darty party in Pompey. But we have the semi-finals ready to go. Cole and Robinson about to clash.
First leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game
and if you watched them
on
on the walk-ons, Glenn, you'd think they'd swapped bodies, wouldn't you?
I know it might be the strangest question, but I'm wondering, is Reese Robinson realising how mature he's looking, how composed he's looking?
140.
Because this is a character. This is a guy with sort of watched between our fingers at times. Some of his interviews afterwards, you think, is he really just said that? Yeah, he looks, like you say, so cool, and he's just producing some stunning darts. His opening game of the night against Conan Whitehead was just a classic best of 7. He just hit Conan with everything. Nothing that Conan could do in the end. And then he displayed that tenacity and fight, that versatility that you need from coming from 2-0 down against a player who was averaging 115 at the time. And listen, straight away back in the treble 20s, Henry said, do you think he could do this again? I said he'd make it through his best starts in the group phase.
Robinson wasting no time in the semi-final. 81 after 9. Super
81.
stuff. Doesn't need to bother leaving the ball at the
41.
end of this visit. He tidies it up very nicely indeed.
Yes. He was introduced as a development tour winner.
So
that Reese has done, who's also been won on the Challenge Tour in 2021. He's got a great CV.
Reese Robinson.
He's demonstrating also that little bit of nastiness, that controlled aggression, which I think is absolutely what you need if you're going to win something like tonight. It just has to be managed.
58. $60.
Yeah, 13 dart start for Sugar Reese Robinson.
59.
Well, he silenced that crowd.
92.
Feels like I'm at Happy Birthday.
Yeah, but don't forget Mum's Taxi.
58.
You've seen some great nights here, Chris, but the atmosphere, it's one I think will live in the memory.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
42.
I think the last time we experienced an atmosphere similar to this was actually the International Pairs Finals, which was superb. They were treated to a 9-dart shootout with 6 players on the stage. Scott Campbell, the Scotsman,
84.
hit 180s with both of his visits.
Yes, it's similar to Henry as well, and he used exactly the same example.
58. $140.
Derek Cole has had slow starts at times, but he has worked his way into matches, hasn't he? Found his feet later on in games.
60. Jared Jaraquois, 102.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just sensed there was a little bit of lull in this match, and I think that suited Jared more than Reese. I think that explosion
46.
of that scream and shout when he won that leg hasn't done him an awful lot of favours, because I think this has been the worst leg of the night for Reese Robinson. And Jared
60.
Cole has an opportunity to bounce back from that opening leg
56.
loss.
Double top.
60.
Well, here's where Reese Robinson
Reese
could
129.
up the ante.
It is a tricky finish. At least 72 points. Looks like double 18, double 18. There's one. The Maverick finish.
93.
Oh, that wasn't far away, was it? The flight was nestling into
Jared
the other one there.
Jaraquois, 40.
Jared Cole will breathe a sigh of relief and step forward to take another pot shot at tops. In
And
level.
the second leg, Jared Cole.
And if he does go on and win tonight, Glenn,
Well, against Reese
making
to
back-to-back
throw
Champions Weeks, that
Game
is something, isn't it? We've seen players go and win weeks. They've been spread out over series, but to start getting in the habit of winning your week, that is something
100.
to be proud of.
And I don't know if we talked about the story tonight, that he is such a late call-up as well.
Yeah, Sunday night, he thought he was working here on
97.
Monday morning. He was actually given the phone call to ask if he would be willing to step in and play. One of the ADC European qualifiers couldn't make it over last minute, and Cole stepped in. I think he's glad he did, Glenn.
He doesn't work anyway. He's only a spotter.
He wouldn't have had much work to do with that. Simple
44.
shot from Reese Robinson, filling up the treble 20, and after maybe, as you described it, a lull, the fireworks are back.
140.
Now all of a sudden, did you notice that? The two trebles going, I'm saying just stay focused, and now he's looking around. I think part of him was going to go for the blind 180.
Yeah, he looked away and then looked back, didn't he? Almost like he had to remind himself, no, you said tonight,
85.
Reese, head on.
Reese require 81.
Very similar situation to the first leg, this. 81 after 9.
I think if he does win it
49.
tonight, question number one would be, was that a strategy in his part to play this more mature role? Because he's looking good for this third leg, but there's going to be pressure on this 32.
135.
Jared Cole not giving up
Reese
this leg
require
just
32.
yet.
Knocking on the door there with that visit, but 32
Game show the
found
third leg.
for a
Reese
second
Robinson.
13-dart holder throw in this semi-final.
Fourth leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
We have to say, with due respect to Cole, that this match has been entirely about Reese Robinson.
40.
The two legs he's thrown first, he's won in 13 darts. Jared Cole held in 22 darts.
$33.
Very early to say, but again, against the throw there. It's almost like he knows what to do on his throw. If I can win my
96.
legs on my throw, I win the match. Ton behind.
He is, of course, the only player of the four
94.
that comes into the semi-finals having won both of their matches.
60.
He did pretty much all of the damage by winning his first game 4-0. Sublime start for Robinson.
140.
Yeah, the precision on that treble 20 from the players at the moment is blob on. I thought I'd misread the score there. I thought it was on a 2-dart finish.
Well, he worked it out, and he's left himself a 3-dart finish, the biggest of the lot.
Yeah, sensible match play. Sensible board management there this time from Rhys Robinson by going down to 19s to leave a potential two dad if he gets a chance.
He does get a chance, but he would have had a glance at Jared Cole there as he was eyeing up the reeling in of the big fish. Robinson looking to break. Double 10.
80.
And again, Cole survives.
25.
That's the first time that Rhys Robinson has blinked tonight. Opportunity knocks for Jared Cole. This is big.
17. Rhys require 20. Game
To go one away.
Rhys Robinson.
Quality again. He has maximum focus. Look at him strutting around there.
Game on.
Yeah, Jared, to be honest, hasn't really got going in this match. And I'm just going to put to you, Glenn, the same scenario as you yourself analysed about Bo Greaves. So much effort, so much mental energy going into that game against Jimmy Van Ski that maybe she'd run out of steam when she faced Jared Cole. Well, he's had to put an awful lot into beating her and then play his semi-final 15 minutes 31.
later. And I think that's the difference. At least Bo had the opportunity to get herself sorted. He would have loved to have played the second semi-final. But listen, hindsight's great, isn't it? If you'd have offered him before the match with Bo Greaves that he'd be playing Rhys Robinson in the first semi, you'd have snapped your hands for it. Just hasn't happened yet. He's got to win 3 on the spin.
190.
Van Ski Whitehead to follow. That does have a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
100.
You see Rhys Robinson just looking over, looking at his score, looking at his opponent's score, just taking that little moment.
50.
Still a young man is Rhys Robinson, but he feels like he's been around for a long, long time.
101. Rhys require 144.
For the match. Plan A doesn't happen, but Plan B, an excellent setup play, is looking really good.
84.
We saw Thomas Banks in the crowd a moment ago. He took this out with 3 bulls yesterday. Not the time to try that here. But Jared Cole may have run out of time.
96. Rhys require 60.
Arguably the player of the night, Rhys Robinson. He's still unbeaten. Rhys Robinson looking at tops.
20.
This could change the game entirely.
54.
Because Jared Cole's got an unexpected opportunity to break it. He would have the dart centre force a decider. Can he take it? Tries to collect himself. And collects the leg. It ain't over yet.
Yeah, the conversation I had with Henry just before this game, we said one thing that has stood out about Jared Cole this week is those clutch finishes. Not always associated. Maybe he's a little bit criticised that when the pressure's been on, he has not always delivered. But it's been a bit of a highlight. Same situation, just crept into that big 14 and brought him back. A breaker throw, now on throw. It's match on.
80.
Well, it's always harder for them. Jared's partner, Laura, watching on.
Try commentate, Laura. Yeah, because the players, they know how they're feeling. The partners, the family, they don't know. There's nothing they can do about it. The best place is theirs. Cole will look at the 19s. He hits the 19s. He's going to leave a finish.
95.
It's a big finish again. There'll be some way to stay in the tournament.
100.
Well, Group 1 was all about fight back. Conan Whitehead from Jamie Durrant, Rhys Robinson from Jamie Durrant. Now we're going to see a mega fight back.
98.
In the first semi-final, 3-1 down was Jared Cole. He was out. Missed opportunities from Rhys Robinson, but Jared Cole is 72 points away from taking this match all the way.
72.
It's a dart at tops.
52.
Is it the last dart?
Risha require 82.
And Reese will start on the bullseye. The 25 is the must. The big 17. Another match dart. Come on, he says. Reese Robinson is a finalist. And look what it means to him. Jared Cole was given an opportunity, but just failed at the final hurdle after that fantastic win over Bo Greaves in the groups phase. Reese Robinson shake hands, but look at the focus and desire on his face. Of course, a distance winner, looking to win his 4th weekly title. Good numbers throughout, solid throughout. Jared Cole will be slightly disappointed as we move on to semi-final number 2. It's Jimmy Van Skee against Conan Whitehead.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow!
For the quickest game ever. Double top for clean sweep. 4-0
to put Sykes off.
It isn't!
Tom Sykes! Game shot of foreplay.
Only needs the one.
Tops. Oh, absolutely magic from the mullet.
Oh, this is on now. This is on now. Bullseye. Oh, we are seeing ton shot.
One dart at tops. Only needs one dart at tops. 2 darts. A double 16. And Richie Howson is the ultimate legend of the Super Series.
Richie, the Howson!
So this is what we're going to be watching next week here at the Super Series. We're going to watch Richie Howson, Graham Usher, Tom Sykes, Dan Hands, Danny Jansen and Rohan Browers in Group A, whilst Group B sees Carl Coleman, Paul Hogan and Jason Heaver in the mix. Group C, it's Jamie Kelling, Anthony Allen and Carl Wilkinson. That is from 9:30 on Monday morning. Any standouts there? I suppose the name Tom Sykes, whenever he's in a lineup here these days, is always going to jump off.
Yeah, there's a couple of Yorkshire players there in Tom Sykes. I like Carl Wilkinson as well. I think it's his time. He's a terrific player. Big opportunity for Carl as well. But yeah, Richie House, a couple of real mixtures, isn't it? You've got the up-and-coming players and a couple of real legends, and ended up there with Paul Hogan and, of course, lifting the trophy there, Richie Howson as well. So a lovely mix, and a good friend, Carl Coleman as well. Hopefully he's been inspired, but what Jamie's done. So really looking forward to another fabulous week.
Another great Yorkshireman, the man from Scarborough, Graham Usher.
I think he's terrific. I think he's the man of Southampton. When I think of going back them days, he was. I think that was a big part of like his evolution and belief as a player. Maybe now it's to do it more at Portsmouth, but on his day, wonderful player, and a seniors finalist. Let's have a look at tonight's action, though. We'll watch that next week from 9:30 a.m. on Monday morning. But to the cut and thrust of tonight's proceedings here in Portsmouth, because we've seen the first semi-final. That was a 4-2 win for Reece Robinson against Jared Cohen, and I just get the sense that maybe Jared just exerted a bit too much. Maybe that second game came a bit too soon after the Bogrees match. He will know the answer. I mean, you know, there's times where you've gone on and then just played exactly the same, using that word momentum like we do. That's what should have happened from there. Sometimes you're a world beater on the hockey, sometimes you're struggling for it. It was just one of those games, and I just wonder how much was taken out just by beating Bo. And then you've got to refocus the mind 15 minutes later for a semi-final, and it just didn't work for him. A missed opportunity for Jared. In terms of Reece Robinson, what did he do right? Everything. I'm just so impressed with him. Did you doubt him missing this? Because I tell you what, I didn't in this top. And watch his reaction as well. I think there was glimpses where he wanted to start doing blind 180s and doing some of the silly things he's done in their hockey. He's just been superb and a real 10 out of 10 and man of the match of the night. So Reece Robinson into the final. Our second semi-final's coming up, and it's going to see Jimmy Van Schie in action. Just having a look at the auditorium behind us. A lot of people are getting ready for that semi-final. They'll be returning to their seats very shortly. And whenever Jimmy Van Schie is here, he is the main event. Yeah, the atmosphere's been incredible. Obviously, Jared Cole's got a lot of people with him, but for Jimmy Van Schie, I mean, you can just hear them now. And they've been his fourth dart for a long time on a Saturday night. It's... he uses them very well. For some people, it could be an awful lot of pressure. He just feeds off them. He hasn't been his best tonight. Is he about to produce his best? I do apologise about that, Steve. I was hanging on for about 5 minutes. What about Conan? What would you say about him? Terrific. Remember, he lost his first game 4-0. Surely the mindset is... He'll have had a period tonight thinking, I'm going home. I can't believe how it's gone so badly wrong. How come Reece Robinson? All them thought processes going through your mind. He then beats Jamie Durrant. Reece does a favour. He's in there now, and he'll fancy his chances against Jimmy. And then Reece Robinson in the final. Can he continue with it? Good time to be a Conan Whitehead fan. Right, let's get it on. Semi-final number 2. Jimmy Van Schie against Conan Whitehead.
Second chance is taken. The match. Conan's played delightful in this game. Used all that experience, all that nous. Conan, Whitehead found.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. it's time to introduce the second set of semi-finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage, he is a former PDC Challenge Tour winner, the Dutch Sequoia, Jimmy Van Schie! And would you please welcome his opponent? He was the first ever Modus Super Series champion. It's Conan the Barbarian Whitehead.
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe, I got the flow, I got the remedy. I know they do, I know they envy me. Feet on the
floor. Well, what you didn't see in that walk-on was actually Jimmy Van Schie getting his supporter base to applaud Conan Whitehead, but goodness me, it is loud in here. I've been here on many of the nights that Jimmy Van Schie has played, but I don't think I can remember it being as loud as this. This is a different level, but he's going to have to go up through the levels here. Both players will, because in the group stages, it wasn't convincing. But this is a different level. It is like a cup final crowd. Conan Whitehead's the away team. Jimmy Van Schie's on home turf. And then the commentary box, Glenn Dowen and Chris Murphy.
Who said a small audience couldn't create a big atmosphere? And that's what we've got for this semi-final showdown. The original champion at the Super Series and many people's favourite champion, the Dutchman Jimmy Van Schie. He's got an army of local fans that are cheering him on, but Conan Whitehead will, I think, relish the opportunity to silence them and take on Reece Robinson in this brilliant week to cap it off with a, well, firework finale. This semi-final really leaps off the page. Van Schie lost his opening match of the night to Bo Greaves. He lost it 4-3. Conan Whitehead had a horror start, a 4-0 defeat to Reece Robinson. Both of them have managed to turn it around with 4-2 successes in the second group games. Very different feeling about this semi-final, Glenn Durrant, than the first one.
I really am 50-50 with this one, but what I would be thinking if you were just tuning in, thinking how on earth could Conan Whitehead win this match when he's got that support on his side? But it's pure silence when Conan's through. One of the best atmospheres I've seen in here, but also very respectful. Conan Whitehead played a game yesterday, Chris, where it was his first knockout game. He played Aaron Turner, and the winner went through. 65. I just saw him then switch that competition mode on. He lost his opening game 4-0. Now, the mindset must be, I'm out. And I think he's going to enjoy this one. I think he's going to hit 180s, but he is up against the real star in Jimmy Van Schie. This is going to be a belter.
Yeah, can never write either of these players off. Tonight has been evidence of that. And that is a sublime start from the Dutchman.
Jimmy Van Schie.
Both players hitting maximums in a
second leg against Conan to
quality opening leg. Completed with a ton-topping checkout.
46.
He almost heard the come on from Conan. He's pumped. He's ready. He's had a little bit of a break as well for this semi-final. We talked about the fact that Jared Cole had that last one. I did say
140.
I did say that Jimmy Van Schie hasn't been at his best for that qualification, and maybe, just maybe, he was saving his best for the semi-final. Well, he started 56. Sensationally.
And lapping it up as well, wasn't he, on that walk-on? You could see him conducting his fans. They're all pretty much filling 1/4 of the arena, all down 96. One side, supporting him. That was only half of them. You may have noticed that the other half walked in after the walk-ons had taken place.
Yeah, just wonderful to be here. There's Steve West supporting his good friend Conan Whitehead.
83.
We'll see Steve back on the stage soon. Of course, part of that International Pairs Week, which was won by Van Ski and Van Tripe. He partnered Mervyn King.
80.
We still haven't announced whether or not there will be a Team England this time around, so stay tuned. One team every week. I was thinking Durrant and Durrant.
130.
I would come back for that. Does that mean we're in?
Watch on a Saturday night, Glenn. I know you do.
140.
Van Ski, though, here. Big moment. Chance to break.
Yeah, one person I do love watching on a Saturday night is Jimmy Van Ski, and he's playing beautiful right now. This for a 2-0 lead. Everything he touches turns to gold at the moment.
Van Ski.
Well, you said it.
And
I don't think anybody could argue with the facts that Jimmy Van Ski hadn't really played well tonight, but 2 legs into this one, 111.33 the average.
And rising.
180.
Second 180 for the Dutch giant. And the pressure on Conan Whitehead now
86
is being piled on in spade loads.
I was about to say, yet to see a 9-darter on a Saturday night. Jimmy is the type of character with the quality to do something like that, but he just wants to reach that semi-final. He just wants to reach that final against Rhys Robinson. And who's to argue right now? For 2.5 legs, this is a majestic performance.
140. $80. Jimmy, you require 81.
12 darter, 15 darter. It has been magic from Jimmy Van Ski. And it could be another deadly dozen here as he continues a quite remarkable display.
Jimmy Van Ski is averaging 115.62.
Game on.
The highest average we've ever seen on that stage is 122.69 by Darryl Pilgrim.
81.
There's a little 10-darter here.
What can Conan Whitehead do against this? What could anybody do against this?
This can't continue, can it?
It can.
140.
There's Jared Cole, gracious in defeat. Losing out to Rhys Robinson, another successful campaign for Cole.
140.
Wow, that average just shy of 119 now. Conan Whitehead, very professional.
100.
He's averaging around about 92, 93, which you'd normally see in a semi-final. With that type of tension about.
Well, you're right, he couldn't continue. Van Ski has thrown a deviant dart.
81.
And actually, maybe just at the right time for Conan Whitehead, because he's still got a chance to get into this game, but he needs to locate a treble of his own, you would think, and he couldn't do it.
Jimmy,
time is running out. Not only does Conan have to find something extra special, his opponent's going nowhere. Time's been getting better and better.
Well, Van Ski's night, it looked like it was going to take a downward turn when a 140 was hit against him. He's not going to win with that number, but Conan Whitehead may have to hit the 120 to stay in this. A tricky tops. A terrific top. The game goes on.
Yesterday, I called him a cat with 9 lives.
It's Jimmy to throw first.
Maybe I should have said a cat with 10 lives when he lost his first game 4-0 tonight and still got through. Surely he can't come down from 3-0 down against an opponent who's playing staggeringly well.
83.
One of the problems is when you play that well, and this is probably a stretch, is when you start to go off a little bit, you feel like you're playing terribly.
77.
You can't call that a stretch when you're 6'8".
I don't know if you watched the tennis yesterday, but Emma Raducanu racing through the sets, and then when it starts to go off a little bit, suddenly you just start to get that seed of doubt, and the opponent almost smells it.
I think one thing that Jimmy is doing well is he's not focusing on what Conan's throwing. If you watch Jimmy after he's thrown these darts, he's just focusing on his job. And I say this to any young player, and that's part of the reason. Watch his process when he goes back. It's exactly the same. He won't watch what Conan's doing. Look down, look at his darts. So despite the fact that Conan was fighting back, he's just doing his own thing.
Third 180 from Vansky gives him a match-winning opportunity, and he's got 6 darts at this 146. So that won't be a worry.
90.
And sensible to go for a clear bed there.
$96.
We have waited for this type of performance from Jimmy Vansky tonight. It wasn't vintage in the group stage, but he did enough. Reece Robinson's in the final.
48. Conan, you require 133.
What's he thinking? Where's he thinking of going? I'm not sure he knows. He's found a treble 19. He's gone double. Double. 95. And just brushed the wire.
Scenes. Incredible moments here. We've seen some wonderful finishing. That could have been the best of them all. Jimmy Vansky just gathering his thoughts. It's been a wonderful game, a brilliant performance. Is he just stuttering over the winning line?
6.
Well, the last dart was the best thrown of the lot, but Conan Whitehead back for the double 19. He's just
38.
hit. Jimmy Vansky has left double 1. There could yet be a twist in this tale. A shake of the head after a string of missed darts, and now he decides to split it. Well, that's a little bit of a disaster, isn't it? He's left 26.
It's more than that, because the double he needs is right above that double 6, and the way his darts, we've just talked about that, is a dart from the darting gods. Conan Whitehead, the cat with 11 lives, is back in this match from 3-0 down. On throw, he's a leg away from going level and taking this match.
I don't know
the full distance.
Don't know what kind of cat Conan Whitehead is, Glenn, but
a barbarian one.
100.
He's a lion, isn't he? He really is. The courage, the confidence. I mean, he just hit the double 19. I fully expected him to go for it. He then splits, hits the double 6. The worst possible place he could have landed because of the position of the double he then needed, and he somehow managed to find it.
They look nervous now. They look worried. One thing I would say to them is Jimmy would have the dart if it goes the distance. You can tell when Jimmy is feeling it. That body movement. But again, he's fighting, he's scrapping, he's doing everything he needs to. But Conan Whitehead looks fluent.
And Vansky is still averaging 106.52 as Mrs. Whitehead watches on. Fingernails still just about intact.
140.
Just a wonderful spectacle that you're witnessing tonight. 6 terrific players. We know one finalist already.
100.
We're none the wiser what's going on. It was looking like Jimmy Vansky for the majority of this game. Can he see it out in style?
He's getting a shot. At what? At the ball. And he's taking his time over this. Was it the right decision? Didn't get anywhere near it.
90.
I didn't like it, but that's easier said than in hindsight. Just maybe a little bit too long. There was the smile, the grin. Conan Whitehead has an opportunity. Is it 12 lives?
72.
Well, Vansky's missed a string of match darts.
Jimmy, you require 31.
They think it's over. Silence descends on the live lounge. It hasn't been easy for Van Ski. He's played very, very well in this match. He's earned every chance that he's got. And in the end, he's managed to take one after a fierce fight from Conan Whitehead. It's Jimmy Van Ski who books his place in the final with a 4-2 hard-fought victory. He'll meet Rhys Robinson in the decider. He'll have them on his side once again, and in that performance he really gave them something to sing and shout about. Van Ski averaging 104.43 in victory in that one. He did miss a shed load of darts at double to win the match, but crossed the line in the end. Whitehead bows out in the semis. It's Robinson versus Van Ski in tonight's final.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Well, what a night we have seen here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We saw an early departure for Bo Greaves, and in the semi-finals, 2-4-2 victories. Rhys Robinson getting the better of Jared Cole, and Jimmy Van Ski getting the better of Conan Whitehead. So it's going to be Robinson and Van Ski for the £5,000 and for a place at Champions Week. We're on stage, myself and Glenn Dowen, talking about the 2 semi-finals that we have seen, and 2 cracking games.
Yeah, one of the great nights of darts. I mean, the group phase was incredibly good, and then the semi-finals had all that drama, high quality, and what a final that we've got to come.
Right, we're going to go in reverse order and talk about the semi-final we saw just before the break, because Jimmy Van Schie raced into a 3-0 lead. He was having 115 at that particular point in time. But Conan does what we know Conan Whitehead will do, and that is fight, and that is scrap right until the very last dart.
Yeah, I called him a cat with 9 lives yesterday, and he had the opportunities, he was taking them. Really should have took it all away in the end as well, but just fell at the final hurdle then, which was disappointing because it would have been drama-fueled if we were getting the distance at the end.
Will Conan Whitehead kick himself a little bit that he didn't take those darts to go all the way?
I think his partner might, because we saw a great shot of her on there when he missed that double 4 there. It's just fine margins when you're playing against the greats, and when you're 3-0 down against a player averaging 115, you've got to be picture perfect. So it's just it's a missed opportunity.
Well, this is the moment where Jimmy Van Schie got over the line, and to be perfectly honest, in this situation, was he thinking, right, I've had a couple of opportunities, this time I've just got to get it done? Because he didn't want to go all the way, did he?
I'm not really sure what goes through the mind at this point. I think he's just playing off instinct. I mean, that first dart, the times great players do it with the last dart in the hand, and the reaction there was just pure relief, as you can see, and Conan being the spot. I just think it's instinct at that point, but it was a wonderful finish under the circumstances.
His support base were very low. I was saying, I've been here for a lot of Jimmy's nights, and you've been here for a lot of Jimmy's nights, and it feels like it's gone up another level in terms of support base. It felt like an atmosphere akin to, I mean, you played Martin Adams on the Lakeside stage in the semi-final. It felt almost reminiscent of when Wolfie played there all them years ago.
Yeah, I think that analogy's been used before as well. I think there was rumours last night he was bringing 40 or 50 people. It sounds like with the noise that there, I think people are talking in Portsmouth saying we're following this Dutch lad, and they think we'll have a bit of that, and I think everybody's enjoyed their night tonight. And Jimmy, with that pressure, dealt with it, and he has to refocus now, go and sort himself out against a player who's playing beautifully.
Actually, if you think about it, it's quite a weird story when you think about it. Jimmy Van Schie, a guy from Breda, plays darts. This time last year, maybe a little bit of an unknown, and suddenly he's come to this town in the middle of Portsmouth and he's become their favourite son. It's such a unique story, isn't it?
I mean, I've been going to pubs, libraries, just to try and get some support for myself, nothing. But for Jimmy, it's worked out beautifully for him, and he's delivering as well. Every time they've turned up, he's performed, and he's won on this stage so many times that, yeah, they want to come back for more. He's a good guy, a great player, and like I said, it must mean an awful lot to him.
What do you think this place will mean to Jimmy? Because this is something, and he's kind of said it in interviews as well, this place is like a second home to him.
Well, he doesn't play the same at Q School, he doesn't play the same at Challenge Tour, but when he's on this stage, he's just unbelievable, and he just loves it, and I think the fans are often his fourth dart.
Well, let's get to know Jimmy a little bit better and find out a little bit more about his journey that's got him to this point.
I look back at a very nice 5 days. The people were absolutely amazing again. The darts was also very good in the last week. I think I have played a lot of good matches, but also a lot of matches that I missed a lot of opportunities. At the bigger picture, I look back at the great week actually. I made it to finals night, and that's where it's all about. I'm particularly proud of my consistency. I had some really high averages, and I kept them going for a few matches. And then, yeah, well, sometimes you have a bit of an off game. But I'm actually proud about how I've played the whole week. Playing here at the Modus Live Lounge actually means a lot to me. It was like a dream to come here. And it boosted up my game, because after that first weekly win I've got here, I think I really grown as a player. Yeah, I want to keep progressing and keep growing, so another massive win here, yeah, would mean the world to me. To play here on a Saturday night, they really mean the world to me, because yeah, it's always nice, always loud, but I love that as well. Yeah, it's always better to play for a crowd. So yeah, I'm very happy that they support me.
So that was Jimmy Speedles earlier on the week. Now, we've been here in Portsmouth since September 2022. We've both been working here since the introduction of ADC qualifiers. Now, at the beginning of the process, it was a lot of invitees, it was a lot of big names, and when the ADC came on board, the whole idea of it was to create a big name player, to create somebody through the pathways that becomes a star.
Yep.
Jimmy Van Schie is probably the blueprint for that, isn't he?
And the fact it's not from the UK as well, the fact it's from Europe, and another great Dutch player that we've highlighted. And like I said, a lot of pressure's on him to deliver each time. I mean, this has been labelled the toughest week of this series so far. And Jimmy is one where, and the ADC have played a big part in that for him, but it's him that has to do the job when he's on the stage.
But there are 2 players in this final. I promise you, there is 2 players in this final. And not very often would we say that Reece Robinson is understated. But amidst the chaos elsewhere, he's just been going about his business proficiently.
I'll ask you a favour. If he does win it, and you interview him on here, was it a strategy of his? Because these types of finishes, when you've got 82, you don't forget he was 3-0 up in this game. When you've got an 82 finish, and then bang, you've got 1 dart at tops, that's quality. That's what you can't coach. That's what you can't teach. And that's the maverick style that Reece Robinson has demonstrated since he became the world master in the boys all the way back to 2010. There's even part of me thinking he's really underachieved the talent that he's got. But he's still a young man. If he wins this, goes into Champions Week, onto the Global, we've talked about that this week, it still could be a fantastic career for Reece Robinson.
In some ways, the fact that he's not playing as much as he used to, because he's not playing the Challenge Tour, he's not playing PDC stuff, he's not really playing much other than here, does that actually then exercise the game that when he is here, we probably do see the peak level of performance because he's putting everything into this one event?
Yeah, because my answer would be no, you've got to be match sharp, you've got to be playing Super League, County Darts, you've got to be playing Challenge Tour, etc. So the fact he's doing that is incredible. The fact that Conan Whitehead's doing it, but it just shows you how much more the Super Series means to the pair of them.
Well, it's been some weeks so far, and we've got some final ahead of us. Reece Robinson against Jimmy Van Schie gets underway in around about 10 minutes' time. But we've had quite the week here at the Live Lounge. When we saw the lineup of players, we knew it was going to be special. Did we expect it to be this special, Glenn?
Yeah, but maybe not that special, because there's some staggering statistics on there. The Conan Whitehead match with James Richardson will live in the memory. One, because James Richardson went the 180, 180, 8 180s in the game, and the coup de grace, of course, was the 9-darter. It was an exceptional match, and rightly so. That was a big highlight, but not my favourite highlight.
What would be the one?
Oh, Thomas Banks. When you watched him on Monday and Tuesday, you saw a player devoid of confidence. His throw had gone. He found something during the week. He played. Then he wants 150 from nowhere. What does he do? Bull, bull, bull. I was screaming and shouting. There was a moment in there I thought I was Henry Deacon at one point, but it was
no
an
one wants to be that,
moment.
trust me.
Yeah, it was a fantastic moment. And to see it on that stage there by a player struggling so much, it was brilliant.
Do you want to watch it back?
Let's do it.
Would you like to see a T-side to get very excited? Yeah, I think you do.
Oh, he's gone for 3 bulls. There's one of them. There's the second. This will be amazing.
Yes! What a finish! Oh, Thomas Banks, that has made my week. That is wonderful. If you'd have seen him play on Monday and Tuesday, you'll know exactly what that means to not only him, but the other players.
Got a bit excited there, Glenn, didn't you?
I did, and why not? That was a player who was really struggling, and that was a player even thinking about pulling out during the week. Yet he gets up there, and he has the magic moment ahead of things like 9-darters.
Sometimes the most courageous thing somebody can do is actually be in the arena. And look, we know, particularly at the beginning of the week, some of the issues that Thomas was struggling with. And it could have been so easy for him to have admitted defeat and said, right, actually, I don't think I want to do this anymore. But he constantly put himself in the environment, put himself in the arena. And actually, towards the end of the week, it looked like the game, look, it's not to the point that we saw him here last year, but it looked like it was beginning to move in the right place again.
Yeah, I was a player who walked out on a game, on a Pro Tour with a 4-2 down. I walked away out of a game. So for him, because he'll have felt on this stage, he'll have felt that it was a lonely place, because it can be the best place in the world to play on here, but when things are going badly wrong, your average is in the 60s. When he won the National ADC last year, he was courageous, and then at the end he got that winning prize. It was a lovely moment.
Number 1 team for the Global Championship last year. But we're going to look ahead to tonight's final now. This is how we got to this particular point, because we had 2 intriguing semi-finals. 2 4-2 wins for Reece Robinson and Jimmy Van Schie respectively. They are going to meet in the finale. 2 Mavericks going head-to-head. How do you see this one going?
Honestly, I've sat on the fence all night. I did say Jimmy Van Schie to win the night, so I'm not going to change that. but the player of the night has been Reece Robinson. So I won't be surprised if you're interviewing him in about half an hour's time.
Are these two players that have played in spells tonight? And actually, the final could be dictated to who finds that spell, who finds that moment at the right time.
Yeah, good shout, great shout. There's a head-to-head. They've played each other 3 times this week as well. That might be on their mind. They might have looked at the fact that Reece Robinson was sensational in the group phase, but Jimmy is on that upward trajectory. Didn't play great in the group phase. At times in that semi-final, it was spellbinding. I started looking at the highest ever average, the 122 with Darryl Pilgrim. That's how excited I was getting at one point there. It could just come down to a little bit of magic. 2 fantastic players. I'm expecting something really special.
I want to talk about the mentality of playing on a game like this, on a stage like this, with a crowd like this. That you won at the Lakeside 3 times, and we often talk about this venue because of the intimacy of it, like a Lakeside, like a Circus Tavern. For people like us that have no idea what it's like to play and win on the big stages, just tell us what these moments are like in the back room, waiting to walk on, waiting to be called on stage.
If you could bottle the adrenaline that's within both players right now, you'd be a billionaire, you really would. This is why 2 hours, 3 hours a day to practice, it can be quite lonely. You're travelling, you're going from this game, you have a loss, you're thinking, why am I doing this to myself? And then you get moments like playing a final on this stage, and this crowd has been 10 out of 10. And I say that because it's noise I've never heard at the Modus Super Series. But when the players are throwing the dart, it's silence. It's been perfect tonight. And let's hope something really special is going to happen in the final.
Fingers crossed, Glenn. Thank you very much. Well, it has been quite the evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and maybe we have saved the very best for the very last. It is Jimmy van Schie, the Dutchman who has made Portsmouth his adopted home, up against Sugar Reece Robinson, Mr. Must-See, the human highlight reel. But the winner of this game will get to 4 weekly titles. They will join the absolute elite of the Super Series. Your Harrisons, your Scott Taylors, your Steve West, your Neil Duffs. Somebody is going to etch their name into another little bit of Super Series history. We'll find out who on the other side of this short break.
Reece Robinson is a finalist, and look what it means to him. Jared Cole was given an opportunity, but
and in the end, he's managed to take one after a fierce.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time to introduce the finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage, he's a former 3-time Modus Super Series weekly winner, the Dutch Sequoia, Jimmy Van Schie. And would you please welcome his opponent? He's a former PDC Challenge Tour winner. He is the human highlight reel, Reece Robinson!
I am number one, I'm number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see a memory of you. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm
ballin'. This atmosphere has been incredible, and let's hope that we have a final fitting of what we have seen tonight. Jimmy Van Schie and Reece Robinson for the right to call themselves a 4-time weekly champion. This might well be the best atmosphere we've ever had here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It may be a small arena, but it is a big-time match and a big-time atmosphere. Reece Robinson has played on European tour stages, but dare I say it, he played in an arena as noisy as this. Jimmy Van Schie, well, he's been here, he's done it, he's worn the t-shirt. He's actually wearing the t-shirt. He won the International Pairs title with his good friend Danny Van Truyck. It has got all the hallmarks of a Super Series classic. Let's find out who is going to win Week 7 in the company of our commentary team of Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Wow, well, we'll have to raise our voices above the noise, but Reece Robinson tonight has been the calm amongst the chorus of chaos here at the Live Lounge. They've all come to see Jimmy Van Schie. They love him, they adore him. He has picked up an army of Portsmouth partygoers to support him on every visit to this stage, and like his opponent, he's looking to succeed on it for the 4th time. Book himself a place at Champions Week at the end of what has been one of the most memorable Modus Super Series weeks ever.
Energetic walk-ons for the pair of them, but totally different demeanours. Almost like Reece Robinson's looking at that crowd of Jimmy Van Schie's fans and saying, I'm ready. Whereas Jimmy Van Schie had thumbs up. He was looking at them, thanking them. But what I must say about the crowd as well, you know, both you and Henry have mentioned the noise they've created.
59.
It's utter silence when the players are thrown.
As it absolutely should be.
41.
Robinson, you've mentioned it throughout the evening, has had this calm demeanour, and we're all kind of second-guessing whether this is a ploy, a play, a purpose from Reece Robinson. Well, there'll be noise if he lands a bedfellow here.
140.
Reece Robinson started the night. There's Jamie Durran, what he would give to be up there. But he looks happy anyway, whatever's happened. But Reece Robinson's been majestic from his very first entrance onto that Rocky tonight. Jimmy Van Schie, Chris, is the type of night where he's just got better and better. Is he saving his best for the very final?
I'll save my Jamie Durran question for after this leg, because Van Schie could be about to win it here. Well, he still could, but I don't think he will in this visit.
He can.
71.
Opted against anything spectacular stroke silly.
Yeah, very, very experienced final dart.
25.
I talk about an awful lot. When you have that moment, you see the bullseye. But sensible play, disappointing. So there's no pressure on this double four.
Game's on the first leg.
JVS takes the opening leg. Much to the pleasure of that incredible crowd.
Game on.
JVS, Jimmy's vocal society in the audience. Cheering on the Dutchman at every turn. And I just did want to ask you about Jamie, actually, Glenn. 29. Are you the sort of encouraging, empathetic uncle who'll put your arm around him and say, well done, boy? Or are you more from the Eric Bristow route? You'll say, give me a ring when you've won.
Definitely not. He was, obviously, I'm taking him home now. We'll chat. He loves darts. We'll probably analyse each game, but players in that situation, sometimes they just want to pat in the back. That's exactly what he deserves this week. And you mentioned the fact 2 years ago, you saw how better he's got.
Absolutely, and he's played his part in what's been a really incredible week, an incredible evening. Of course, Bo Greaves, like Jamie Durran, failing to make it through the group stages in a seismic shock. That thanks to a 4-1 defeat to Jared Cole after she did beat Jimmy Van Schie for the third straight night a little earlier. He couldn't get the better of her, but he could still be the one lifting the trophy. And fair play to Cole and Conan Whitehead, reaching the semi-finals. Always there or thereabouts nowadays, Jared Cole. And Conan Whitehead always has been.
Just an incredibly disappointing start to this match for Reece Robinson.
60.
He is literally still in the practice room. I mean, Jimmy Van Schie's just been solid without being spectacular. But Reece is all over the place. The only defence I can give is he was 2-0 down in that group match against Jamie Durran. And the way he's playing right now, he needs to find something quickly.
And in this leg as well, neither player's really got going. So Jimmy Van Schie, he kind of recognised that there, didn't he? We've seen him just stop the game a few times tonight. Refocus.
96.
He's got plenty in hand here on the Robinson throw. One turn can change that.
Best start he's thrown in this final. He's going to need plenty more of them. And maybe just had a couple of seconds there while Jimmy was taking his time. Maybe that just helped Reece.
The margin of the miss, though, is a game of millimetres, micro-millimetres. And had it gone in, he'd have been on a finish here. Instead, he has to now hit and hope.
It's been devastating displays from Reece Robinson. We've talked about this added maturity. Well, he's going to need every bit because things aren't going his way right now. And Jimmy Van Schie is 95 points. Treble 20 will be the shot for double 8 for a 2-0 lead.
87. Mauritia require 108.
Can Robinson find a rabbit deep in the hat? Wasn't far away. Good attempt.
Jimmy, you require 8.
We talk about fine margins. That wasn't a million miles away from toss a 1-1. In the space of 10 seconds, Reece Robinson is now losing this game by 2 legs to 0.
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
And you know when I often go about thought processes, Chris. He was on double 4 there. His opponent was on 108. Very similar to the first game of the night for Jimmy Van Schie when he was leading 1-0. Cruising against Bo Greaves, who then pinged a 140. Things could have been so much different if that 108 would have gone for Reece Robinson.
The response.
180.
The perfect response. Well, Glenn, we've been here before this week.
I'm getting nervous again.
100.
The best player of the night going into this match has been Rhys Robinson. It might be poetic justice if he was the player to get the 9 on that stage.
81.
Jimmy Van Ski has raced away with this final. I have to say, a lot of that is down to the fact that Robinson has not been able to get going.
65. $49. Jimmy, you require 116.
Treble 20 needed. But no dramas, no panic. He leaves a 2 dart. Yes, he looks disappointed, but when he looks up at the score of Robinson, I think Rhys will be furious with his performance.
Yeah, where's it come from?
Jimmy,
he's been so consistent,
56.
so solid all evening. Vansky hasn't had to produce what he did in the semi-finals to get himself into this position. But he has now put Rhys Robinson at the point of no return.
Literally, this place is shaking every time a double goes into Jimmy Vansky. He loves it here. I was watching him at Q School. I've watched him at Challenge Tour. He's not the same player until he gets on that stage. There's something about that stage and that crowd. But Robinson ain't giving up just yet.
Kicked off the last leg with a maximum. But you'll be wondering why. Why did it take so long?
93.
Better late than never, of course. And here he goes. And now, the old Rhys Robinson has turned up. Well, I'm lost for words. This would be something special.
Ruthless precision on there. The maverick that we haven't seen of Rhys Robinson. We've used the term mature. But he was engaging. He was playing with the crowd for the second 180. We've had one 180 this week. We're not being greedy by asking for our first ever 9-darter on a finals night, on a Saturday night.
56.
And he would have become an instant highlight reel, wouldn't he, had that gone, the way he approached it. But I tell you what, it may have been inadvertent. Does that just break Jimmy Van Ski's focus a little bit? Because he turned around and got involved, didn't he?
Which
is a sign for me that Jimmy's thinking the job is done. 75 points left, treble 17 should be the shot for double 12. What a leg of darts. Rhys Robinson is back in this final.
Rhys Robinson.
Game on. Maybe not the spectacular leg that it promised to be. Of one of dart's greatest showmen on the stage. Remembering who he is. Can he work his way back into this? It would be fitting of the week, wouldn't it, if we did see some kind of comeback here.
Like I said, he did have that comeback in the group phase, but this is totally different. 3-0 down in a final to a player like Jimmy Vansky. It's almost an impossible task these days. And it's not going to help with scores of 40. Not punished too much.
45.
Well, he's raced to the hockey here. Rhys Robinson deciding against resetting.
94.
Last start just bails him out a little bit, keeps him at least on the shoulder of Van Ski after half a dozen apiece.
That's a great dart. Look at the rest of the bed there. Still
95.
wide up, but you take that. He's a ton ahead. Make your opponent hit trebles.
$96.
Could have gone back to the 20s there, just to take that one off to least 270 if I'm being hypercritical. It may not matter. One eye altar, because that is match point. Jimmy Van Ski is 2 darts away for a famous victory.
58. Jimmy,
it
you
didn't
require
start
94.
as he planned tonight. Defeat to Bo Greaves in his first match, but he fought his way back. Double 15. And he gives them the reason to roar.
And the Week 7 Modus Super Series champion, Jimmy Van Schie!
Dutch delight once again as Jimmy Van Schie picks up a 4th Super Series title. He revels in the chaos from the crowd, who've sung the chorus of his name all evening. He saved his best for the end of the night. The semi-final display was electric, and he was too good for Rhys Robinson in the final. Ben's alongside me, a deserving winner, Jimmy Van Schie. He's done it once again.
Yeah, he was a class of his own in that final, and rightly so. He's an absolute legend here, now a 4-time weekly winner. He's a special, special talent. Just a quick word to Rhys Robinson as well. He went into tonight as a Group A winner. He backed that up. He was the player of the night. He just fell at the final hurdle in that final. But Jimmy Van Schie is just an incredible player and a welcome addition to Champions Week.
It's Jimmy Van Schie 4, Rhys Robinson 1, and Jimmy Van Schie is the winner of Week 7 of Series 11, and he's on stage talking to Henry Deacon.
Indeed, he is. Jimmy Van Schie, it's another one of these Saturday night conversations, isn't it? First and foremost, many, many congratulations. How does the 4th one compare to numbers 1, 2 and 3?
Oh, this just feels amazing. If you looked at the lineup, for this evening, oh my God, everybody was talking about it. Even us in the practice room, like, we're all phenomenal players. I think it was one of the hardest lineups yet that we had here, I think. So a big up to everybody who qualified, and I think we all played great during the week as well. But I'm so happy that I've won this. Oh, I'm over the moon.
For you as a player, does that almost focus the mind a little bit? Because particularly when you're playing a certain Bo Greaves in the opening match of the night, you know you've got to get out the gate quickly.
Yes, 100%. Well, to be honest, she didn't actually got into the game that quickly. But after that 140, I was like, oh dear, there we go. And yeah, she didn't miss a thing after that. So I'm happy to get a 4-3 result against her. And I know I had to beat Jared, and I did that. So yeah, well then to go through as first, the stress actually went a little bit away because I know just hold your own legs, you'll be all right. And well, I did that, and then against Rhys in the final, we just seen it.
Was that the key then from the semi-finals onwards? Because there was certainly an uppage in terms of your levels from the semi-finals onwards. Was it just an air of relaxation, just the fact that it was a little bit more stress-free for yourself? Was that why you played your best darts?
Well, I love Conan very much. He's a brilliant guy and he's a phenomenal player as well. And when I won the first leg and I broke him and then went to hold my own leg as well, I relaxed a bit too much, I think. And then he fired back at me. I know he can. He's a phenomenal player. And I was happy that I got over the line there. So yeah.
In the final, you went into 3-0. Then Rhys had that ridiculous leg.
Unbelievable.
That second visit. I know, look, obviously, they're the competitor in you, but you were enjoying that as much as anybody, weren't you?
100%. Well, I was feeling a lot back then, so yes, I enjoyed it a little bit more than I would if I was behind, of course. But, well, he's a phenomenal player, so, I know he's capable of doing this. I know he's capable of throwing a 9. And I think if he goes on like this, he will throw a 9 soon. So, yeah.
This is a fairy tale, isn't it? Jimmy Van Schie in the Modus Super Series. A lad from Breda comes to Portsmouth, never knew anybody the first time round, was a bit of an unknown, gets through to a finals night, makes a load of friends, and is now one of the best players in the history of this competition. The 4th weekly title means that only Steve West has won more weekly titles than you.
Well, thanks for saying that. It gives me goosebumps as well. I just have to realize this, but I'm just trying to throw my best darts and trying to have fun and enjoy the darts. But yeah, I feel so happy right now. Can't believe it. I'm so happy, really.
You know what I'm going to ask you last. Champions Week ahead.
Yes.
We've been close before, got to a final before. One step further now, isn't it?
100%. I'm going to give it my all, and I hope I lift that trophy on the end.
I'll tell you what, you've got a few friends in that crowd that are waiting for what we're about to do now. I'm going to... the mic drop moment.
I love them. I love them. Yeah, I love them.
Right, Jimmy, I'm going to take that microphone off you because you know what I'm going to say. Step forward. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 4th time, he is a weekly winner. He is the Dutch Sequoia. He is Jimmy Van Schie. Jimmy, many congratulations. We'll let you go. Many congratulations. We'll see you at Champions League. We're going to bring Glenn Dowen, the former Premier League champion, on the stage. Thank you, Williams, for the trophy, Jimmy. Much appreciated. Well, Glenn, they're actually singing Jimmy again, ole ole, because this is a regular occurrence for him, winning weeks in the Super Series. 4th time means that only Steve West has won more weeks than him. He's in a bracket with Neil Duff, a bracket with Scott Taylor, a bracket with Andreas Hamilton. He's in a bracket with series champions.
And it gave him goosebumps when you told him that. He said, I need to remind myself what I've achieved, what I've done. There's unbelievable scenes behind you right now. They were his 4th dart. I did say at the beginning of the night that the crowd could make a difference. The crowd were momentous tonight. Noise we've never heard in here, but when each dart was thrown, it was utter silence. A deserved winner in the end.
I said to him in the interview, this feels like a fairy tale. A lad from Breda came to Portsmouth. I mean, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to pause for a second and let these pictures sink in. Because sometimes pictures say more than what any words can describe. This is a young man from Breda, turned up here last year as an absolute unknown. Didn't qualify the first time, qualified the second time, met a few friends from Portsmouth, and all of a sudden, the greatest fairy tale has been written.
And he's shaken every single hand of every single one of them. He appreciates the support he's getting there, and he's gone over to them, which was a great touch. They're going to have a great night tonight.
We do apologise if you heard any industrial language on the stage. You can understand the excitement. And I mean, just behind us, you can see it on your screen now, he is signing placards of young fans. He's getting selfies with everybody here. There's people's champions, and then there's Jimmy Van Schie.
It's just Jimmy Van Schie in this stage are a match made in heaven. And he had the toughest week of them all. And he had that moment where he'd won Group A in his mind, and it all went pear-shaped on the Wednesday. Yet he fought back, didn't have a great Group B. He finished 3rd in Group B. Yeah, come Saturday night, comes that 4th dart. Was there ever any doubt he was going to win?
Well, let's talk about the final then, because it really was quite the performance from Jimmy. Set his stall out quite early, and that was kind of the difference, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the fact that Reece didn't start. I mean, he was literally averaging under 60 for a leg and a half. He got a little bit of an opportunity, but by then, Jimmy's, he's long gone, and you're not going to catch him from 3-0 down. Then we had the bit of the moment where it was the potential 9-darter, that maverick that is desperate to come out of Reece Robinson. Part of me wanted Reece to win because I want to know if this was a strategy of this new, cool and composed. It seemed to work. He just fell at the final fence.
With that leg, was that just Reece going for broke there, 3-0 down in the final, let's have some fun, and if I get back into it, I get back into it kind of thing?
I think that is Reece. I think there'll be an incredible amount of disappointment in him because he'd done a lot of the hard work. He was incredible to win that group there. Sensational tonight. Nobody expected the performance he put up on Friday. There'll be no one more disappointed than Reece Robinson himself.
But for Jimmy Van Schie, it's his night again at the Live Lounge, and obviously Reece pulled that leg back, but when the finishing line approached, there wasn't a wobble, was there? There wasn't a wobble at all.
No, like I said, a deserved winner. Like I said, he had the moment. You can just see the winning moment going on the screen there. There's the reaction. Well deserved. And just look at that crowd. That'll be in the living memory. And when we look at the Champions Week, we'll all remember the night of Week 7.
I do want to mention as well, you see the crowd, you see the reaction of Jimmy there. Actually, he walked out first in both of the games as walk-ons tonight, and when the other player came on, obviously you wouldn't have seen it on the cameras because we would have been following the player walking on, but he was imploring his supporters to clap that player. He's a classy player, but he's also a classy guy as well.
Yeah, you've answered your question. He is absolutely there, and he just made sure that the crowd, it's almost like he's saying, I want to win it without the opponent saying, yeah, but the crowd were out of order. He did that. They applauded the play coming up. But in between every leg of darts, there was pure silence in here. There was that beautiful balance tonight of noise we've never heard, an atmosphere that was off the scale, and then that just little bit of gentleman. He's a nice fella. That's why he's doing it. But when he gets up there, he's an absolute animal.
Just some final thoughts and reflections on what's been a great night.
A great night, a great week, first of all, I'd like to say. I just want to sort of give a special mention to Jamie Durrant as well. That added to it. The 6 tonight were brilliant. Conan Whitehead was brilliant. Jarrett Cole will have moments where he'll be thinking. But in the end, Rhys Robinson, for me, was the man of the night. Deserved to get to the final. Desperately disappointed that Bo didn't. But the right man won again. Jimmy Van Schie, there's something about him at that stage. Does he become favourite of Champions Week now? I think so.
We're going to find out. Glenn, thank you so much for your company over the last few days. Thank you for your company as well. And there's plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Well, this felt like a Champions Week finals night, didn't it? And you can replay the last Champions Week final in a couple of moments' time, because it's Jensen Walker's victory against Spivey man Sam Spivey. Then we're going to have the Tungsten Talk. That's going to centre along the lines of Simon Whitlock. And then the live darts will get back underway Monday morning, 9:30. Tom Sykes, another former runner-up. He's also looking for a 4th weekly title, and we'll see whether he can do that on Saturday night from 7:30 p.m. and you can watch every single dart here on Pluto TV. Well, sometimes we build a big night up and it flatters to deceive. Tonight really was a night of champions and everybody delivered. But the big Dutchman, Jimmy Van Schie, once again hit the heights. The Dutch Sequoia has sealed a 4th weekly title. We'll see you on Monday for week 8. But until then, thank you so much for watching. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish. What a man. The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty